You ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live here but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wise. And a hand that's in this, gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve non-stop. Stepping up to the sea, more shots, getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive on free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, they wanna be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. Up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive on free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face done and said. You're in front of the best.
why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy
Welcome to the top 5 highlights of the final week of Wild Rift League Asia group stages. While the situation in the APAC region seemed to be set, Cerberus Esports surprisingly defeated Trace Esports to finish in the top 2. In China, the top 8 teams that advanced only became certain when the final match ended. A group stage that brought a lot of new things compared to the previous Wild Rift League Asia season. Now let's dive to the top 5 highlights of week number 8. Starting with number 5. Trace Esports is still flying very high on the wings of Weiba, especially because of 7's performance. Facing Thunder Talk in the second game at 18 minutes into the game, Weiba transformed into a dragon and flew into the Baron pit to steal victory for Trace Esports.
Shield of the Rand is perfect, but Trace Esports steals the Baron. This will be Weiba's time to shine, and they took it away from Thunder Talk to end the game. And now the Hextech ultimatum denied by their post. With Hero's entrance as well, zoning away, Tracy Esports are gonna flip into the backside. Korn has to use up the stasis, but going into the middle of it all, it's Z who gets deleted. The Baron Nashor with Tracy.
Number 4. Now this highlight, it's a combined effort of CF17 and Soldier. They had a stunning collaboration to steal the Elder Dragon against KT.RY Gaming members at the 19th minute into the game of their second match.
Soldier, he might be able to go for the steal. Here's CF17, he's already inside. They got the kill on SCY, they got the steal in the end. J-Team is going to be running away with this. They got one on ZY, they have the Elder Drake on their side. They might be able to get the kill on KG. Xiaoma running away. 2 members are still alive on the side. KVG, they got the 2 shots per watch. And that was it. Elder Drake has been taken.
Number 3. Yitze also made it to the top of the highlights of week number 8 with a great 1 versus 2 tower defense. At the beginning of the game, he became a target from once, but through his quick thinking, Yitze turned the hunter into a prey by taking both of the kills.
Oh yeah, because once, as soon as he saw he was already in place, Yitze, he did. Oh god, he delayed that dive for so long, and then the turrets will keep him alive just with a...
Number 2. The final 3-man turret freeze seemed easy, but SZY was too strong with his Renekton. With the power of the Crocodile and Ignite, SZY took 1 kill for himself and helped the team to secure 2 more kills.
Not really able to CC anything, but on the other side, the same thing is happening, but on the other foot, SZY, he actually manages to get the kill, and another kill by Soldier onto Chaz, and now that he's trapped behind enemy lines. 3 kills, 4 kills across the board for JT.
And number 1. The top 1 position for the final week of the group stages belongs to the ADC of Thunder Talk, Soil. Right at the first minute of the second game when they met Nova Esports, Soil had a calm handling to turn a 3 versus 2 gank into a Nova Esports disaster to take a triple kill.
Good dredge line, layer of CC, and they know that Chenchi got no flash, but still. Wait! Woo! With the damage, they still got a sustain, but here comes more. Looking for a target once again, uses the flash, a flash to flash, and a coast to coast of a kill.
Barrier.
Hitting.
Oh! Fruits!
And he's going.
There you go!
And a double kill! And everyone.
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section and keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name's Giyang, see you again on the next video.
Feel the thorns embrace. Death is in bloom. None will escape my grasp.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Welcome to the top 5 highlights of the final week of Wild Rift League Asia group stages. While the situation in the APAC region seemed to be set, Cerberus Esports surprisingly defeated Trace Esports to finish in the top 2. In China, the top 8 teams that advanced only became certain when the final match ended. A group stage that brought a lot of new things compared to the previous Wild Rift League Asia season. Now let's dive to the top 5 highlights of week number 8. Starting with number 5. Trace Esports is still flying very high on the wings of Weiba, especially because of 7-8's performance. Facing Thunder Talk in the second game at 18 minutes into the game, Weiba transformed into a dragon and flew into the Baron Pit to steal victory for Trace Esports.
Shield of the Rand is perfect, but Trace Esports steals the Baron. This will be Weiba's time to shine, and they took it away from Thunder Talk to end the game. And now the Hextech ultimatum denied by their post. With Hero's entrance as well, zoning away, Tracy Esports are gonna flip into the backside. Korn has to use up the stasis, but going into the middle of it all, it's Z who gets deleted. The Baron Nashor with Tracy.
Number 4. Now this highlight, it's a combined effort of CF17 and Soldier. They had a stunning collaboration to steal the Elder Dragon against KT.RY Gaming members at the 19th minute into the game of their second match.
Soldier, he might be able to go for the steal. Here's the F17, he's already inside. They got the kill on SCY, they got the steal in the end. J-Team is going to be running away with this. They got one on ZY, they have the Elder Drake on their side. They might be able to get the kill on KG. Xiaoma running away. 2 members are still alive on the side of KVG. They got the 2 shots per watch. And that was it. Elder Drake has been taken.
Number 3. Yitze also made it to the top of the highlights of week number 8 with a great 1 versus 2 tower defense. At the beginning of the game, he became a target from once, but through his quick thinking, Yitze turned the hunter into a prey by taking both of the kills.
Oh yeah, because once, as soon as he saw he was already in place, Yitze, he did. Oh god, he delayed that dive for so long, and then the turrets will keep him alive, just winning.
Number 2. The final 3-man turret freeze seemed easy, but SZY was too strong with his Renekton. With the power of the Crocodile and Ignite, SZY took 1 kill for himself and helped the team to secure 2 more kills.
Not really able to CC anything, but on the other side, the same thing is happening, but on the other side, SZY, he actually manages to get the kill, and another kill by Soldier onto Chaz, and now Daddy's trapped behind enemy lines. 3 kills, 4 kills across the board for JT.
And number 1. And the top 1 position for the final week of the group stages belongs to the ADC of Thundertalk, Soil. Right at the first minute of the second game when they met Nova Esports, Soil had a calm handling to turn a 3 versus 2 gank into a Nova Esports disaster.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, better stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Happy New Year, everybody, and we welcome you guys back here at Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. We are now starting on the playoffs for our top 8 teams, top 4 teams from both CN conferences and APAC, respectively. And today, Infinity and I are going to be your shoutcasters. How are you, Infinity?
I'm doing great. I'm doing amazing. I mean, right now, looking into what we could have coming into Wild Rift League Asia, there's just a lot of teams that could now perform and teams that could now also shine, like in comparison to what they did last year, right? There's just a lot of time for them to improve.
Absolutely, especially with the changes. We have patch 4.4D already coming into play, especially for this playoffs as well. We have the updates on Garen, we have the updates on Darius, we have Zyra now possibly gonna be picked as well. We have so many things, but let's dive to the stage. First, we have our introduction first on the players for December. Here are the best players that performed at their best as well for the CN conferences.
I'm loving what I'm seeing, right? Because the thing is, these players are pretty much the strongholds of the CN conference, especially considering how EDG went from the brinks of defeat, brinks of not even making it into the playoffs, but all of a sudden coming into the middle of it all, came right through with a huge win streak, defeating the likes of Thundertalk, defeating the likes of the strong teams, Trace Esports, and 0711 was one of the centers of EDG. So eyes on 0711 as we look at the jungler actually of EDG. I mean, just look at the damage per gold. The kill participation is not as much, but man, how 0711 plays, it speaks volume. And right, yeah, so CN conference right now is on a little bit of a shine in Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. They were really strong, even beating a lot of APAC conference teams, which was one of the expectations, right? Because CN conference right now is the one who dictates how the meta has been evolving. I mean, look at the top 5 KDAs. Every single one coming into the CN conference is above 8 KDA, as we're looking at Jiangshi, SMY, Alone, and also Soil with the top 5 KDA for the CN conference. Surprisingly enough, FPX, one of their players has one of the most KDAs coming into the CN conference, because expectedly it would be the likes of Trace, it would be the likes of Thunder Talk, but these are the players that really shine all throughout December, all throughout Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 during the regular stages. So a lot of expectations actually coming into each and every single one of these teams into the playoffs. And now, top 5 MVP for the CN conference. We cannot remove Long and Hueba coming into the CN conference. I mean, Hueba has been performing out of his mind for Tracy Esports, and Long, the carry of the team, the carry for the former champions of Nova.
I mean, 12 MVPs, man, for Hueba. That is outstanding. And Hueba as well is one of the very few that out-jungled Long, especially here in this season. But I love seeing so many of our players really stepping up, constantly improving, constantly grinding, constantly working on themselves to be the one that is controlling the game, allowing their team to be the one to be in the upper hand. Now, we look at the APAC side. See Taku, Do, Luna, Genza, and Zero as well. Lots from KT.RY, especially with their amazing performance last December. They also are going to be the one to face NAOS Esports right now, which is the team that is one of the top as well in the APAC standing. So this is going to be a big margin for them to demonstrate once again that they're one of the best here.
Yeah, KT.RY at this point is already one of the undisputed strongest teams in the APAC conference, along with what you've mentioned a while ago with the likes of Blacklist and also the likes of NAOS. But some team, one of the teams as well in the APAC conference, performed out of their limits back in December, and that was Cerberus, right? Came out of the blue, they went right out of the get-go to secure the top 4 spot and secure the playoffs position. And Genza into the bottom lane was one of the key players.
Yeah, I mean, Genza and the rest of Cerberus Esports actually are just stepping up. This is a team that struggled significantly during the start of the regular season. But at the end of it, they just keep on bouncing back, improving more, and they even defeated Trace Esports at day 40. That is insane, because very few are capable and are successful in defeating Trace Esports in both CN and APAC. We look at the top 5 KDA and see that Vivi actually is topping the charts here on the side of Buriram United Esports. Number 2 is Carl in the Baron lane. Duckby as well with 5.46. Very close, to be honest, but equally as impressive as always.
Yeah, impressive as always. I mean, these teams, especially Buriram United Esports, I mean, they are the all-star team of the Thailand region. Like, all of the big teams, right, came into a single team, merged into a single team that brought out these huge players. But looking at it, the top 5 MVP here in the APAC conference, KT, the number 1, most MVPs in the APAC conference. I mean, this player has so long of a history coming back into year 1 of Wild Rift Esports.
I mean, who wouldn't love to see KT securing so many MVPs and being the number 1? This guy has helped G2 Blacklist bounce back so many times, especially with his steals on the Baron, on the Elder Dragon, alongside it with the rest of the team as well. And he's the reason why they won against KT.RY at day number 39. Back-to-back steals just allowed them to secure that win. And we see as well still very similar ban pick ratio on from day number 1 towards at the present right now. Hecarim seems to be the one on the top 1 though, especially with just so many things that you can pair up with this jungler champion.
Yeah, I mean, this is already to be expected, right? Hecarim into the jungle, especially coming into the first 2-3 weeks of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. Hecarim was pretty much always banned away onto the red side selection, given the fact of how strong it is when it comes to engaging onto those team fights, how much mobility he has innately into his moveset, into his skill set. it's too strong.
Sometimes they paired up with a Karma, sometimes they paired up with a Seraphine even, sometimes Fear, that's the more standard one. But even alone, right, it is already quite OP. We see the rollback again. We just finished the regular season, the regular stage for so long. It has been so long since the start of this Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. They came a long way, and now they're here at the playoffs. It's gonna be hell for like 3 weeks before we move on to the finals. But every game they will be having is gonna be so important.
Yeah, now jumping into the rule sets, how the format would work here into the playoffs. As you may see, you could read it on your screens. It's very, very simple actually. It's just going into transitioning from the double elimination bracket that we're gonna have in a best of 7 format here in the playoffs, and then into the losers bracket in round 1 of Wild Rift League Asia CN Conference. You have the 5th seed who's going up against 7th or 8th as their opponents, and then the other seed will go up against the 6th seed.
It's basically just for placements, right? You have to secure at least top 2 to be able to move on towards the final stage, and this is the more gruesome part, right? Because before it's all about points, just securing as much points as you can so that you won't be eliminated. We have seen 4 in the CN Conference be eliminated already, and also 4 inside of the APAC as well. But now this is the schedule as well. The pair ups that we actually saw during the last day of the regular season. You have Thunder Talk against KBG, EDG against Race Esports, Nova against Woohoo Gaming, FPX and Weibo Gaming as well on our CN Conference sides on match 4. But every single game, again, I have said this twice already because it's so important. We have seen so many close games. Thunder Talk before nearly got to the finals, but they lost to Keep Best Gaming just because of one split push by KG. And right now, we or at least on sooner or later, we are going to be seeing them matched up again.
Yeah, there's so much exciting matches that we're gonna have, especially coming down into the CN Conference. On the flip side, though, APAC Conference has a diamond in the roughs of their own. You have 4 teams coming into the playoffs. We have NAOS up against KT.RY, which we will be looking at later on. And then on match number 2, it's going to be Cerberus up against G2 Blacklist.
Oh man, this is so many great battles we are going to be seeing right from the start of our finals, or at least our playoff stage, because we see NAOS Esports battle against KT.RY already before. We saw Cerberus Esports battle against G2 Blacklist during the regular season as well, and it was so exciting to see them just look forward as well to getting their grudge matches against each other. They have a long-standing history battling against each other alongside as well, or against the CN Conference stage as well. And now we look at this matchup. Of course, NAOS Esports versus KT.RY. We have been used to best of 3s, but now it's going to be a best of 7.
Yeah, and that's the exciting part as well, right? Because the thing is, best of 3 series, you have an opportunity to make it back with 3 games maximum, but with a best of 7, it's raced to what, 4 games? 4 wins? That's gonna be an exciting moment for each and every single one of these teams. But as we've mentioned a while ago, NAOS Esports is one of the teams that we're going to look at here today in day 1 of the playoffs.
Yeah, at least on their last match, right? It was against JDG. They experienced a bit of a trouble battling against them. It was a 0-2 or a 2-0 sweep that JDG has served them. And I think they're looking for a way to bounce back, regain momentum, and establish control, especially here in this playoffs. We have seen them multiple times already, especially with Fate as their jungler. This team continues to rise through the ranks. And now they match against KT.RY, a team that is on a 2-series lose streak in the regular season, but has still proved themselves to be one of the top in the APAC, is now gonna challenge them yet again.
Yeah, and I'm really excited, quite honestly, because KT.RY and NAOS are pretty much the teams to look at, along with G2 Blacklist as well. I see S rising to the occasion as well, coming into the latter weeks of Wild Rift League Asia. But NAOS and KT.RY, when it comes to the history here into the APAC leaderboards, these 2 teams are consistently battling for the top 1 and top 2 spots on the ranking.
We hear the stats, right? We see NAOS Esports kind of preferring more on the scaling department, wanting to secure the first dragon. KT.RY always looking for early establishment for their momentum with a higher 67% of the first herald. Thirst as well, of course, reflects more on that since they do prefer securing the herald. On the sides of winning, at least the win rate on blue side and red side, it seems to be relatively similar on both sides. But based on history though, KT.RY won against NAOS Esports back in day 27, winning a 2-0 sweep against them and had wins on both blue side and red side.
Yeah, and it will be very interesting, right? Because the thing is, there's now a lot of changes from what we've seen back in regular stages, along with a lot of patches in between. And a lot of teams back then, in the month of December of Wild Rift League Asia, has now prioritized the red side selection. So that can be something of an expectation that we have once again here into the playoffs.
Especially right now that we're going to be seeing so many changes once again on the picks and bans with the recent patches, with the recent adjustments as well, tone downs or tune ups on champions. We see the head-to-head matchup between Fate and Do and see just how pressuring it is right now to be a jungler, but how capable enough they can actually just deliver for the team, because they had history already proving that they're just so good at securing objectives, allowing the team to win. And we go to the stage for the host to introduce the teams.
Hi everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asia. I'm Laura. Today is the first match day of the playoffs. It's a battle between APAC region, which will be NAOS versus KT.RY. After the training of regular season, who's gonna take the first win of the playoffs? Let's check it out. And now it's time to welcome Manila NAOS Esports and Seoul KT.RY.
Isn't there a lot of pressure to play against the first place in the playoffs? Relax. We'll send you home soon.
정규 시즌에 우리가 2대 0으로 이겼는데 오늘은 조금 더 시간을 보태서 4대 0으로 이겨줄게.
Oh, that was spicy.
Starting the year with some spicy trash talk indeed, Infinity.
There was some heat coming into those words. I mean, as we've mentioned, top one into the playoffs, it is NAOS Esports have shown so much greatness coming into the regular stages, and KT.RY was looking to scrape themselves back into the top one spot. But coming down into this, there's a lot of meaning coming into those words for the side of KT.RY, that they were able to 2-0 NAOS coming down into the regular stages. And the question is, will history repeat itself?
Absolutely, especially that we saw the head-to-head matchup a while ago, right? Fate and Do battling again in the jungle to allow the team to establish control, to get those objectives going. Because the last time they've met, Do was having such amazing performance with the Lee Sin, with the Aatrox as well, back-to-back MVPs. And his Lee Sin is no joke. He had like inhuman reflexes, inhuman setups as well. Just making highlight plays basically during their match against NAOS Esports, the team that secured like the top one for so long in the APAC one. And how we see them securing blue side here.
Yeah, there's no foot in the pedal today, because right now we're not stopping for anything pretty much. But I don't know if that phrase makes sense, but you know what makes sense? It's this match that we have for right now. KT.RY up against NAOS Esports. We're jumping into the draft right now with Vi immediately removed for the side of KT.RY.
It makes so much sense. You have to limit the champions of Fate because he loves engager champions. He likes setting for the team. He likes playing around the team, allowing them to just have their highlights as well. Calm being a really stable Baron laner. Mitsura always popping off whenever he has Fate by his side, because Mitsura is just so aggressive. And when he is helped out by Fate, he just amplifies his power even more.
Yeah, and remember, back then, in the days of year 1 and year 2 of Wild Rift Esports, Mitsura was pretty much the Pentaking during that time here in the Philippine region. So as a Mitsura as well, along with the rest of the crew here, as we've mentioned, the jungler role will be also important. NAOS Esports removing Evelynn, already one of the expectations how strong Evelynn could be when it comes to the macro game. But KT.RY, huge respects onto Calm, banning away Renekton alongside Akali.
Looks like we're not seeing any Hecarim bans, especially a bit of a tone down towards him recently. Again, we look at the screen and see patch 4.4D, everybody. It is the time that we are gonna be seeing the Garen and the Darius having, you know, a bit of a change, more reliability on their ults as well, especially with the reset when it's cancelled with stasis or something similar. Camille being picked by KT.RY means so much because Ratel is so good on this champion.
It's just very, very flexible as a champion, right? Camille could just jump into the back lines and get you insta CC. So that's really a good pickup going to the side of KT.RY. But now as Esports, having the Lucian pickup really dictates on how they want to play this game in the early game. They want to accelerate the game for themselves.
And what makes this pick so good, Infinity, right, is that Mirmo uses this so well, but so does Mitsura. So KT.RY has to play this safe because flex picks are what makes NAOS Esports really good as a team. They now pick Riven that can be used in the jungle, but also can be used in the Baron lane because Calm used to love picking this Riven up, especially last season as well. Now we see the Gragas, a bit of isolation play for the support here of Zero, which is one of his favorite champions and most successful champions so far as he transitioned from mid lane to support.
Yeah, KT.RY as well going into these picks thus far. It's actually really good, right? Because the thing is, Corki coming in, they have already secured their AP damage dealer and they also have support. Now Esports now has to focus in banning away the likes of Varus, banning away possibility of removing the likes of Ezreal as well, because in the past, it has been seen to be a good 1v1 champion to go up against a Lucian for that safety, but instead locks in and bans away the Yasuo instead.
Ooh, interesting ban actually on the Yasuo. Wonder what they are reading towards KT.RY as of this moment. At most, there is a lot of synergy, especially with the Gragas on the explosive cast. Zoe gonna be banned away just in case that Mirmo would opt to pick this champion up, especially that the bursting is really high on the side of NAOS Esports as of the moment. They pick up the Lucian, they pick up the Riven. All they need is something that can allow the burst to actually happen. Whoa.
Wow.
Mitsura back on the Galio mid? Is this gonna be it?
I was actually thinking about it, but instead of Galio, I was thinking about Ornn because they banned away the Yasuo, and Yasuo was, as we all know, is a counter onto Ornn. But I did not expect the Galio and the Nautilus to be locked in. So
yeah,
a double support for the side of NAOS. It's going to be an interesting show that we have for today.
KT.RY though is just gonna go standard. Use what is working mostly on our matches back in the regular season. Double pokes work so well to cripple down all those front lines and then go for the isolation play. Of course, with the Kazakhs as a finisher. This is very scary, to be honest, coming from KT.RY. They have so many ways to win fights and skirmishes.
Yeah. So right now, expectedly, with how the draft is currently going, right? Ezreal will go up against Lucian at this point into the bottom lane, with Corki going to the mid. And for the side of NAOS Esports, with Galio being locked in as well, this will go into the mid lane. So the bottom lane will be Ashe Mirmo. This is the champion of Mirmo that just got them so much wins back in Season 1.
This is very reminiscent indeed of Season 1. Mirmo introducing a great start, a great hello, a greeting towards everyone that doesn't ban Ashe. And after that, it was consistently banned. And now he gets his hands on the Ashe once again. Nautilus in the jungle as well will allow them to have so much suppression and burst.
We're back into that meta. We're back into the Nautilus jungle.
We're back into
the thing is, in the past, it was so strong because you have like the Sunfire Aegis that could deal like extra damage onto these monsters, gets you extra clear. You have the AP Nautilus as well going into the jungle. It was a staple before, but not anymore. But now Esports is bringing it back once again.
Let's see if this is gonna be enough. If the surprise picks of NAOS Esports, if history will again be on their side this time around for NAOS Esports. It's a question, of course, because KT is going standard. They have a strong foundation already on this composition. This is the first match since the short break that we had after the transition from regular season to now the playoffs. Let's see who is going to be getting the first momentum.
What an absolute blast. We're jumping into game number 1 here from here on forward. So right now, KT.RY what they could do is pressure in onto Nautilus, pressure in onto those early games. And I think that will be important for Mitsuru to be able to support Fate coming into these jungles, coming into what KT.RY could do. Because expectedly, NAOS Esports at level 1 cannot do nothing. They have to wait at level 3 for Fate to be able to go and pay a visit into the mid lane, other lanes as well, because of the potential that Nautilus has when it comes to early game. One of the strongest early game supports in the game. So that could be expected, and they have to utilize that level 3, level 5 to really just force out fights.
You know what, Infinity? I was counting. One of my habits whenever I see a composition is count how many crowd controls does a team possess. Now Esports has so many. The Ribbon has a lot. The Nautilus has a lot. The only champion that doesn't have any crowd control is Mitsuru on the Lucian. For KT.RY's side, it's not really a whole lot of crowd control that they have. At most, only 2 champions does have that crowd control. So they need to be very, very cautious whenever they make skirmishes, whenever they check around the area, whenever they set up vision on an objective, or maybe even attempt to pick up a fight against NAOS Esports. Because all those suppression can cancel everyone on the side of KT.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate part when it comes to the draft of KT.RY, right? But looking at the opposite side, looking at the positive end of KT.RY's draft, is that they have an easy lock-in built onto the Camille. So what Rattel could do is to really just go in with a Hextech ultimatum onto the likes of Mitsuru or even onto Marmo. And that will give them so much of an ease to follow through onto the engage. On top of that, they also have a disengage built onto the Gragas. So just jump in onto a team fight if they do not want to pursue explosive caskets there. And even an extra option for them is the isolation possibility with the Gragas, right? And I think we all know Corki and Ezreal. These 2 champions innately has very mobile skill set that could give them potential to survive a lot of those ganks. So
they have like ridiculous damage too in the late game.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Definitely is. So I think that is the positive side that we're gonna look at for KT.RY's draft. Right. They don't need the most amount of CCs. It's a disadvantage for them. But given the draft that they have, it's going to be something that they can utilize when it comes to the damage category up against NAOS.
Possibly KT.RY is just gonna be attempting to do what works for them. Set up early momentum for themselves, possibly focus on the Herald just like we saw on the stats, transition into a tower, allow the power spikes to happen faster on their side so that they can start taking control and prevent the scaling of NAOS Esports. Divide and Conquer might be a key for their victory as well, since NAOS Esports looks to be very, very scary when they are grouped up, especially with the lots of CC that they do possess. But it's gonna take a while. I think early game is just gonna be a little bit more silent than usual. Double ADCs aren't really the ones that possess the enough damage at the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and right now, looking at it, we have a visit coming from Daw.
Great Shield of Thrawn coming in from Margo, actually suppressing them by so much! Zero might be in a lot of trouble this time around, and the damage will be there. Mirmo getting first blood.
And what have we mentioned a while ago, right? NAOS Esports has to wait for level 3, because that is when Nautilus has access to each and every single one of his skills, and that has happened, right? We have Fade paying a visit coming into the bottom lane that netted them the first blood. And the thing and the reason why this composition could work is because they also have Lucian, they also have Ashe. Right, Lucian alleviates the disadvantage that they have coming into the early game of this matchup because they have the double support composition. Now Fate, when it comes to this early game, will not have the damage. Will never have enough damage coming into the early game. So they have or they need someone that could alleviate the disadvantage coming into this stage of the game, wherein they have strong CCs that alleviates the lack in damage. They have Lucian that could also alleviate that lack in damage coming into the early game. So overall, this is the reason why NAOS has this composition and why it works.
Wow, flash into the depth charge already towards Zero, and again, just the CC to top it all off. Another kill is gonna be gifted towards NAOS Esports. This time, Margo gets it.
Right, so much CC is built into this composition, and I remember one of the strategies or one of the metas that has been revolving currently in the meta from one of the coaches that we have here in the APAC teams is that team fighting is all ready to kill.
And team fighting is what NAOS Esports want every single time. 3 minutes, 3 kills already, Infinity, and they're not done. Acrobat, it's gonna be taunted a little bit into the slow, into the knock-up as well. One more auto-attack should do the trick. Great dodge though by Mirmo, denying the comeback.
What a play coming from NAOS Esports. Like, this early game really is something that they want.
Great dodge with the Hextech Ultimatum. Calm is trying to block some of the damage though with the shield. Unable to get the kill towards Rattel, but at least they weren't punished. KT.RY though trying to step up a little bit, trying to answer back, trying to get a slight momentum shift towards their side. But so far, unsuccessful with it.
Yeah, unsuccessful with it, but thus far coming into these stages, right? Mirmo, if you're giving him the Ashe, expect these long-range engages to really connect every single time. This is what made Mirmo have the title of like the Ashe Curry or the, that's like
the Ashe God.
Random titles with those shots with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It's just perfect.
Always perfect and perfectly timed as well, catching anyone actually as his target off guard. And this time KT.RY has to be very, very careful, very cautious of their environment, very cautious of their surroundings, because every single time that this Ashe Arrow is available, Mirmo will not hesitate using it effectively. So far, NAOS Esports untouched. The early game that KT.RY wanted is denied. Bottom lane though, they are going to be attempting great slow to Barrage as well, and the Kazakhs will secure a kill.
That was good. That was good coming from KT.RY. They needed that because the thing is, if Acrobat is left alone coming into the bottom lane with no kills, it will just be a priority by NAOS Esports all throughout the laning phase. So they needed that kill. And right now, Dragon being started though.
And they will take it very swiftly as well, Infinity. And they know KT.RY hasn't started with the Rattel just yet. Finally, it is going to be Rattel that starts it up alongside with Do, but NAOS Esports can actually interfere. They can interrupt. Cobb is going to be entering, flashing it as well with the Blade of Exile. Cass going to be used to try and isolate him, but a hero's enter is just there. And again, the suppression is just sealed. NAOS Esports said thank you for the leash, and thank you as well for the cleanup.
They got it. It was just so good because the thing is, this is it. The crowd control of NAOS Esports' draft is too much. It's so good.
It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. And the thing about KT.RY on what they have to do here is to play towards the late game.
Oh man, but it's gonna be so difficult to manage towards the late game because so many things are just keeps on happening right now, favoring NAOS Esports. We see 3,000 now.
Yeah, and looking back at it, it was a good, pretty much setup play that Calm did there for Margot to come through. And the Shield of Duran connecting onto 3 was pretty much the tide changer along with the hero's entrance. So Margot, tipping my hats off to you coming in from that team fight. It was just pinpoint perfect.
Perfect setup, perfect timing as well, and great reading against KT.RY. And this is one way to step up, especially after their last experience against KT.RY. The last time that they have met, it has been 2 games of one-sided beatdown coming in from KT.RY against NAOS Esports. Right now, they seem to have the better end, at least in the early parts of this game.
Yeah, and NAOS Esports, I like what they're showing, right? When it comes to the dominance, what they're doing here is that they're having so much control over the bottom quadrant jungle. Because the thing is, they could now get that tier 1 turret into the bottom lane. If they get this, they have a priority onto the Ocean Drake, which they definitely want. And now Enchanted Crystal Arrow connects, but it's too far ahead.
Too far ahead. No minions as well to crash in the tower. And it's just risky to dive either way. But this time, KT is the one to initiate. Not the miss target though, because it's Margot. This is a very tanky gal, but they're still going to be successful with it. Just 1 kill, no trade backs.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension there. And this is what we're saying when it comes to isolation. Gragas could do it, and this is one of the advantages of KT.RY, right? They have the possibility of isolation with the explosive cast, could be used for disengage as well, and they also have Camille, so expect that later on.
Expect a possible engage as well. Zero overcommitting and will give his life for it as a bill on that. This time, NAOS Esports unable to get that grab with the Nautilus hook, but at least they got that 1 kill.
And you mentioned it, the overcommitment coming in from Zero into the hills, going in for the flash body slam. The body slam, I don't even think connected onto the opposition there for the side of NAOS Esports. It was a positional advantage for NAOS that they were able to utilize. And overall, KT.RY just has to pay the price.
Great dodge coming from Dune as well. Had it connected, it would have been another kill by NAOS Esports. But so far, aside from the kills, NAOS Esports are getting structures as well. They have taken 2 towers already. One in the mid lane, one in the bottom lane. Top lane is going to be next unless KT.RY is going to be able to do something here against Calm.
Calm?
Ult, when slash away, it will just clear the wave.
Yeah, currently there's no vision onto the Tri Brush, so good patience there and good discipline coming from the side of Calm, not overcommitting into that engage, going in for that fight. But right now, NAOS Esports will shadow the top side of the map, given the fact that it is the only tier 1 turret left for the side of KT.RY. If they want to snowball this will be their next target.
And if they don't find any targets here against NAOS Esports, NAOS will just keep on applying the pressure. They are very comfortable with the state already. They have so many front lines, so many people to provide for their allies. And again, no hesitation at all to just engage. But this time around, they might need to disengage because Dot's just going to be here. Margot still has the hero's exit, but Mitsur is going to be the next target with Hextech Ultimatum. Going to be denied from the disengage. And another kill coming in from KT.RY. Calm being so late into the fight. And KT.RY found their opening.
Yeah, we've mentioned this, right? We still have to pay the respects on turret cell because that Camille could gain access into the back lines, and that they did. And the thing is, now Esports overextended a bit onto the left quadrant jungle, wherein they cannot fight back. Because the thing is, their composition is heavily going towards the front to back type of playstyle, wherein one follows through possibility of Calm or even Fate going for that initial engage, and then you have Margot following up. You have Ashe following through. But that did not happen. KT.RY got a loophole and they utilized that.
And it was just maybe not the best opening because the setup of Margot was just a little off.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate. I think Fate, expectedly, what they wanted is to have the Drench line connected onto one of the opposing members, but it connected onto the hills, which gave them a positional disadvantage, and then Margot wasn't able to go for the hero's entrance, right? So that's just the really unfortunate part about this composition. They're heavily relying towards their ultimates. They're heavily relying onto those team fights, right? KT.RY could just play it patiently.
And since they are already successful at bouncing back from a 4,000 gold deficit, now turned into a 1,000 gold lead, this is a great transition by KT.RY to now continue to scale up. 2 items picked up by both of their ADCs. Their damage is gonna start to hurt. NAOS Esports will now start to hesitate going in.
Yeah, and this is what we have predicted a while ago. Like, KT.RY still can win the game. It's not over until it's over.
Yeah.
Like, KT.RY could double down when it comes to the late game. Ezreal has very, very strong scaling. And Corki has power scaling as well coming into this game, coming into their composition innately. So they have to just commit to that.
They need to find answers as well towards the Camille. Late game scaling, Camille does get the upper hand against the Riven, and now Esports might need to start sending 2 people instead of 1. But that will open up more possibilities for KT.RY to make plays around the map. Now, with their lead, they are just very comfortable to pressure down into the mid lane, allow no one to interfere, and just allow as well Rattel to keep on pushing in the bottom lane. There's the Justice Punch. Fate gonna be in a lot of trouble here. And it's gonna be used as well. A little bit of an overextension coming in from KT.RY. There's gonna be traded off as the rest is just falling back, but not allowed by NAOS Esports at all. Rattel hook shot away, flashing in as well just to be able to be safe. Mitsura trying to follow up, Calm as well, but unable to reach him in time. And KT will be able to save at least some of their HP on the other members.
That was so good coming from Margot. The utilization of the hero's entrance gave the magic shield onto Fate that kept him alive. And right after that, you have Calm following through with a stun. It was so good.
Can they secure a steal? The answer is no. NAOS Esports don't want to get it. Rattel has to flee this time around, but the teleport is going to be incoming. Will they commit? Looks like they are interested. NAOS Esports will be allowed to escape this time. Mitsura very close from dying there with the true shot barrage.
Within inches of death there, it was so close. But thus far, with the Baron's buff, with the Baron's recall, they were able to go back and reset quite fast and quite swiftly into that engage. But overall, it was a really, really good setup and plan there coming from NAOS Esports. They forced the engage, they forced the issue. They have the tier 1 turret coming into the top side of the map, and they have the tier 1 into the mid lane. which nets them a huge priority onto the Baron on an even level playing field up against KT.RY, right? So it was just really good coming in from that. They pushed away KT.RY, they broke loose the jungler, and they got the Baron.
You know what, Infinity? I like how close this game is, despite the many things that happened over the course of 13 minutes. Both of the teams are really trying hard to regain control back in their favor, to punish some of the mistakes that their opponent is making. We see constant arrows being thrown out by Mirmo, constant engages coming in from Margot as well. The same is replicated on the side of Do and Zero, especially with the positioning of Ratel, always trying to get a weak spot exposed here towards the side of NAOS Esports. Now with the Baron though, they're able to push at least the power here into the bottom lane, possibly into the mid lane as well, because they are grouping up there.
Yeah, but the thing is, KT.RY need not to be able to force that engage, need not to force the issue. Once again, their winning condition is to wait patiently, wait for their Corki, wait for their Ezreal to be able to scale into a point wherein they deal so much poke damage, wherein NAOS Esports could not just go into a team fight without any luck into...
It's just gonna be used. Hero's entrance as well. There is an arrow incoming, and Ratel will be pinned down to the ground, able to still sustain so much with the shield and adaptive defenses. Now Esports will not be successful with it.
Oh, it was really unfortunate because that was 2 ultimates burned away by KT.RY. Now Esports could now force out an objective. Ice Drake is the eyes on the prize.
At least have the upper hand in terms of dragon stacks, right? KT.RY will not be able to interfere unless Luna's gonna be able to sneak his way towards it. Not gonna be allowed, but a little bit alarming that it is Mirbo that got the last hit towards the objective. And KT will just continue on the push.
Yeah, they will continue on the push here. NAOS Esports still on the back foot. They're still on a point wherein they could just get dominated easily with the amount of poke damages that KT.RY has. And once again, eyes on Ratel and eyes on Zero to set up the play. So it will be really difficult for NAOS Esports to really just go in onto the team fights like they used to in the first minute or two into this matchup.
Because Punishments is just so capable by KT.RY to give towards NAOS Esports. Isolation plays. This is what makes this composition of KT.RY really great, right, Infinity? And we mentioned it as well so many times during the drafting phase as well. Right
nice
now,
arrow.
Acrobat, okay, that was still nice. Depth chart's gonna be invested too. That's 2 ultimates no longer available for NAOS Esports. I think you have to fall back, but will they be allowed to? Because now KT.RY is just gonna be committing so much with the faction involved as well. And the Ash is now removed from the scene. A little bit late here for Calm. He's gonna be on his way to maybe re-engage, but Ratel's just dealing so much damage. And you talked about the poke, Infinity. This time it's working against NAOS Esports. They're going for the claim. The flash could have been invested here by Do. Unable to get Calm, but they got 4.
Right, like KT.RY's draft is balanced in AT, right? They lack in crowd control, sure, but it doesn't matter. They only need Ratel, they only need Zero, and now the Nexus is open.
And Calm will attempt, but to no avail. 1 punishment is enough. The ace is gonna come through, and game number 1 for KT.RY.
An amazing showing coming in from one of the strong teams here in the APAC Conference, getting game 1 of this series up against NAOS. That was a good showing. I mean, they doubled down on commitment. We have looked at the draft that we had for KT.RY, and we mentioned it. If Ratel now comes into those team fights, if Zero comes in coordination with Ratel, there's no stopping them. Their backlines are just gonna get demolished for the side of NAOS.
Regardless, right, of the composition, regardless of how many crowd controls you have, it's all about win condition. And KT.RY really stuck towards their win condition. They waited patiently. Yes, it was a really struggle that they've experienced in the early game. 4,000, 5,000 goal lead by NAOS Esports. But it's okay, because their draft dictates that they will be able to come back if they play it correctly.
Yeah, and the last team fight, if you can recall it, if you can look at back on what happened, it was Mitsuru who just got melted immediately just because of the access of Mitsuru into the backlines and Zero following through along with Do. It was just too good.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the composition as well by KT.RY. They're capable of doing that because their composition is designed for that as well. Backline access, gap closest are just so easy. And interference as well just present on the side of KT.RY because of the Gragas. The way that NAOS Esports was countered was so flawless coming from KT.RY. The backline access by Rattel, Endo as well, just punishing every member that was isolated. Calm as well was just denied from any entries to help out the rest of the team.
Yeah, although don't get me wrong, NAOS's draft is also good on paper because this composition really wants you to accelerate the game with the Lucian available, with the Nautilus, with the Ashe available, with so much crowd controls innately built into the composition, but when it comes to the late game, it's a little bit lacking.
I love this matchup. I love this grudge match coming from KT and NAOS. This shows so much rivalness coming from both of these teams. You saw NAOS Esports having them in the first half, but at the end of the game, KT.RY is the one to smile. This is a great greeting by KT again towards NAOS Esports. Like what they said in their statement, they're gonna give them a one-sided beatdown once again. They're gonna hand them over the same experience towards NAOS Esports, just in an extended manner. And if NAOS Esports are not gonna be able to find an answer towards this strat by KT, that's definitely gonna happen.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna happen here. It was a little bit unfortunate by NAOS, but the thing is, it's still game number 1. It's not over until it's over. But KT.RY performed out of their minds, and Luna was the head of game 1.
Consistent in the mid lane, right, Infinity? Scaling, and then later on has dealt massive damage, but also is just involved with every fight, almost every fight, with 92 kill participation. This is his 5th MVP with loads of damage in the entire game, not being killed even once by NAOS Esports. But let's see if NAOS Esports is gonna be able to get him this time around on game number 2, because before that, of course, we'll just go in a bit of a short break. Infinity and I will be back after this one. Welcome to the top 5 highlights of the final week of Wild Rift League Asia group stages. While the situation in the APAC region seemed to be set, Cerberus Esports surprisingly defeated Trace Esports to finish in the top 2. In China, the top 8 teams that advanced only became certain when the final match ended. A group stage that brought a lot of new things compared to the previous Wild Rift League Asia season. Now let's dive to the top 5 highlights of week number 8. Starting with number 5. Trace Esports is still flying very high on the wings of Weiba, especially because of 7's performance. Facing Thunder Talk in the second game at 18 minutes into the game, Weiba transformed into a dragon and flew into the Baron pit to steal victory for Trace Esports.
Shield of the Rand! It's perfect! But Trace Esports steals the Baron! This will be Weiba's time to shine, and they took it away from Thunder Talk to end the game. And now the Hextech ultimatum denied by their post. With Hero's entrance as well, zoning away, Tracy Esports can flip into the backside. Korn has to use up the stasis, but going into the middle of it all, it's Z who gets deleted. The Baron Nashor with Tracy.
Number 4. Now this highlight, it's a combined effort of CF17 and Soldier. They had a stun collaboration to steal the Elder Dragon against KT.RY Gaming members at the 19th minute into the game of their second match.
Soldier, he might be able to go for the steal. Here's the F17, he's already inside. They got the kill on SEY, they got the steal in the end. JT is going to be running away with this. They got one on ZY, they have the Elder Drake on their side. They might be able to get the kill on KG. Xiaoma running away. 2 members are still alive on the side of KBG. They got a 2-shot per watch. And that was it. Elder Drake has been taken.
Number 3. Yitze also made it to the top of the highlights of week number 8 with a great 1 versus 2 tower defense. At the beginning of the game, he became a target from once, but through his quick thinking, Yitze turned the hunter into a prey by taking both of the kills.
Oh yeah, because once, as soon as he saw he was already in place, Yitze, he did. Oh god, he delayed that dive for so long, and then the turret will keep him alive just with a...
Number 2. The final 3-man turret freeze seemed easy, but SZY was too strong with his Renekton. With the power of the Crocodile and Ignite, SZY took 1 kill for himself and helped the team to secure 2 more kills.
Not really able to CC anything, but on the other side, the same thing is happening, but on the other side, SZY, he actually manages to get the kill, and another kill by Soldier onto Chaz, and now Daddy's trapped behind enemy lines. 3 kills, 4 kills across the board for JT.
And number 1. And the top 1 position for the final week of the group stages belongs to the ADC of Thundertalk, Soil. Right at the first minute of the second game when they met Nova Esports, Soil had a calm handling to turn a 3 versus 2 gank into a Nova Esports disaster to take a triple kill.
Good dredge line, layer of CC, and they know that KT.RY got no flash, but still.
Wait! Ooh!
With the damage, they still got a sustain, but here comes more. Looking for a target once again, uses the flash, a flash to flash, and a coast to coast of a kill.
Barrier.
Hitting.
Oh! Fruits!
And he's going.
There you go!
And a double kill! And everyone.
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section and keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name's Giyang, and see you again on the next video.
Feel the thorns embrace.
It was a great establishment by KT.RY to get the momentum going on their side. But let's see if NAOS Esports can turn the tides around and be the one to tie up the score here in this game number 2, because we're going to the drafting phase.
Yeah, we're going to the draft here, and both sides stick to what they had in game number 1. Like KT.RY will stick into the blue side selection, and NAOS will go into the red side selection. But going into the bans here, exactly the same bans that we've had in game 1.
Yeah, Hecarim as well, just gonna be banned last year by NAOS Esports. So KT can just do the same thing that they did a while ago. Pick up the Camille, invest on the double ADC. Looks like NAOS Esports are also just interested in trying out the same draft. I believe we only have seen one redraft in the whole of regular season. I forgot what game it is, but looks like this is gonna be happening again between KT and NAOS.
Yeah, KT.RY, exactly the same first 3 picks here. And now NAOS Esports, Lucian, and then you have the Riven coming through right after. And now supports are going to be open for them. They could prioritize this, but this could also be a jungle pickup if they want to, because Fate, if given the right champion, could really wreak havoc in a ref. But instead, the Nautilus will be locked in.
It looks like he wants to redeem his performance with this Nautilus once again for Margot. Fate as well, not really too successful with the engages a while ago, and it is a little bit difficult to engage with a Nautilus, especially with AP, because you're not as tanky as you are when it is in the support role. Margot as well was struggling a bit with the engages, missing by a hairline with the Justice Punches. That kinda was the opening of KT.RY to actually go with a counter punch.
Yeah, honestly, I quite like this. Now Esports is adjusting their bans. They ban away the Ezreal. This is what we mentioned coming into game number 1, because they had the Lucian coming into their draft, and expectedly it will always be Ezreal to match that up if it's not Jace. But Jace is no longer in the meta, so Ezreal is a better pick. Now Zeri also removed.
Let's see what's going to be the adjustment here of KT.RY, because Zeri, Ezreal are the changes here on NAOS Esports, but that opens up the Varus here and the Yasuo that NAOS Esports banned away a while ago. So KT, are they gonna look into securing it this game? We'll find out later, or sooner or later. But same bans was made by KT, unchanged with it. NAOS Esports unchanged as well with the 4 picks that they have so far.
It's really interesting, right? Now, the thing is, KT.RY, if they want to alleviate some of the negative damage that NAOS Esports has done in game number 1, Lee Sin could be the pickup, right? Lee Sin could be something that Doc could utilize to really just push back NAOS Esports' dominance coming into the game. And the fact is, they also have Corki for a late game, so that could be the perspective here that KT.RY could do, but a good denial of the Ashe.
Yeah, they take it instead. They say, Mirmo, you are too good on this champion. I want to get my hands on this time around, led by Acrobat. And what's great about this is that you mentioned the Lee Sin a while ago. This time they can pick it up once again, unless Dawn wants to get a taste on the Kha'Zix back-to-back, especially with his performance a while ago, just having great access towards the backline. Whenever there's someone isolated, it's deleted almost immediately. Now see Esports hovering the Jhin. No hesitations at all. They lock it in for Mirmo.
Okay, here's my thought process, right? The thing is, KT.RY, they need not the Lee Sin any longer because they have Ashe, right? So coming into the game, you have Ash's arrows, you have extra slows, and you have Kha'Zix that could scale along with Luna. And now for the side of NAOS Esports, the reason why Jin could actually work here is because of the long range routes that he has, right? That could also still work. The thing about why Murmo goes in with the Ashe is because of the DPS damage that the Ashe has innately. You have the long range engage, you have the slows as well built into Ashe's kit. So that's really, really good. But the thing is, given the fact that they want that all CC composition, Jin could still work. He could stay from far away and could still deal damage with the curtain call and also the extra route with his skill too.
Absolutely, and it's incredible range that the Jin possesses, right? And since they have so much engage already, a while ago he did struggle a bit in following up. At most, it's just Enchanted Crystal Arrow that he was able to lay on the table to help out NAOS Esports. But this time, he can use the curtain call, he can use the second skill as well, he can work around. He is gonna be isolated at times, but Daw and Ratel will need to exert more effort to reach him just because of the tremendous range of Jin.
Yeah, and this will be exciting. Once again, it's a run it back onto the composition with only one change and one alone. That is Jin going into NAOS, and KT.RY, instead of picking up the Ezreal, they now have the Ashe for themselves.
Let's see if this is going to be effective, because we have seen Jin be picked up quite a few times during the regular season. It doesn't really have much success or any success at all. So this is a big change or a big risk that NAOS Esports is committing here into this game. Let's see what their perspective is going to be here. At least their intention against KT.
Yeah, the Deadly Flourish could be used by Murmo later on for that extra CC that could deal so much damage. So we'll see, because this will be something that NAOS Esports really has to double down on. Their Lucians and Murmo with the Jin as well will be the dependencies coming into these games. And now for KT.RY, once again, they pretty much have a very solid draft. Because the thing is, we've seen Ashe and Gragas coming into the bottom lane very consistently. Like, we see it every single time just because of how much utility it provides for the team.
Combos well. We saw game number 1 that he kind of struggled in helping out on the team fights. The later the game went, they oftentimes is a little bit late onto the fights. Maybe this time he can patch it up this and help out the team much earlier, especially with the rotations. He is a little bit on the down end, of course, with the mobility against the Camille. But maybe with proper timings, or better timings this time around, he will be able to help out NAOS Esports.
Yeah, it definitely would be. But we're looking at this stage of the game wherein all hell will break loose is at level 5. Right? Because Ashe Enchanted Crystal Arrow will be open. You have Explosive Cast, you have Ratel with the Hex Ultimatum as well. Pretty much every single point of power here will come at level 5 with the ultimates ready, and Fate ping a visit.
Does well, saying hi. Got hit by the anchor there of Fate, but is not harmed that much. NAOS Esports trying to engage up with Margo with incredible Justice Punch into a flash. 2 kills instantaneously by NAOS.
Margo, time and time again, when it comes to these early ganks, when it comes to these early team fights, it's just so good. Murmo,
so a little bit aggressive. 4 shots already.
Well.
One more. Can he get it? Looks like it's not gonna be the case. NAOS Esports getting just 2 kills into the mid lane. That's all right already, Infinity.
Yeah, it's all right. It definitely is. Like, Murmo pushed back Ashe into the bottom side of the map, which was really good. But Margo, eyes on Margo coming into these early game fights. It's always too good. The Justice Punch connected onto one, followed up by the Shield of Duran that taunted 2-3 members of KT.RY, opened up the big opportunity for NAOS Esports to take 2 kills.
And NAOS Esports will have a bigger responsibility in this game to maintain the lead or extend it even higher against KT.RY, because they experienced in game number 1 how good KT.RY can come back, just sticking to their win conditions, sticking on the scaling. This time, there is an additional pressure of the arrow potential here of Acrobat.
Yeah, and once again, NAOS Esports has to accelerate this game a little bit faster. Coming into game number 2 that we have coming into this series as well. And yes, it's more of a balance now, because you have Jin that could really deal so much damage coming into the latter parts of this game. And for the other side, you have Ash to alleviate the early game disadvantage they had in the series. So it's pretty much the Murmur dependency for NAOS. KT.RY has dependency onto Luna for this game too.
NAOS Esports just playing this a little more passively. Again, it's a bit of a time for KT.RY to breathe.
Arrow.
However, with the arrow connecting, this is the okay.
Ooh,
Exit out, but will not be allowed to escape, especially with this amazing follow coming from NAOS Esports. So many lockdown potential again.
That was so good. NAOS Esports knew what KT.RY wanted. They want to take that kill, given the fact that they were able to go in with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow that connected onto Mitsura. But coming into that fight, it was 3-4 members. We always have to remember that Margot is on a Galio. The map presence of this champion exceeds every single champions in the game.
Yeah, he's just so good on the execution so far in the first 4 to 5 minutes into this game. A while ago, in game number 1, they were able to get both objectives, especially with their great timing in securing the dragon before KT even started the RH. Will it be happening again? Looks like it's not going to be allowed since Da is a little bit early on the Rift Herald.
Yeah. And now you have Zero being stuck, isolated.
Oh, and Zero will just fall down. Early kill coming from NAOS Esports right off the bat. And Da might need to disengage for now. Give up this Rift Herald. NAOS Esports is going to be saying thank you for the leash again. But Mitsura will get caught. Backline's going to be breached by KT.RY. They won't be able to get the Rift Herald.
But a kill traded for Rift Herald is really good for the side of NAOS Esports. If they want to accelerate this game, that will be their condition here to get the Tower First Blood and get a huge gold injection. And we've mentioned big is because of long range fights.
Margot gonna be isolated from the rest of the team and deleted immediately by KT.RY. They lost their turret, but again, it's the trading that KT.RY is getting that makes them allows them to mitigate what they're losing right now against NAOS.
Fun. They always look for values to get back, and that they're consistently doing.
NAOS Esports needs to be very careful in their approaches. It is good that they are getting objectives left and right. Double objectives once again, similar to game number 1. Not yet enough.
Yeah, and now Acrobat looking back into that fight on how they were able to really get a kill onto Mitsura is because of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And then you have the package as well with the Valkyrie to follow through for Luna. So it was just a good coordination by KT.RY that punished the mid laner of NAOS. At this point in time, KT.RY wants to slow this down quite a bit. Could even just pay respects onto NAOS Esports. They want to replicate what they did in game number 1.
Will they be able to do this right now? Arrow connecting into the top lane. I'm still gonna be safe here. Actually, re-engage. That was very scary and ambitious at the same time. But NAOS did get the tower in the bottom lane to again just help them increase their goal lead by a little more. Very reminiscent of game number 1. Calm gonna get isolated. Hexacle Ultimate gonna be used. Here comes Da as well. Tactical sweep will get him. A little bit late on the hero's entrance as well, but the curtain call will not land as well. And KT will walk away scot-free.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate for the side of NAOS Esports. KT.RY once again with their purview of the map, looking for a lot of these opportunities to get values back that they lost in the early game. NAOS.
I'm gonna use. They're just gonna be focusing on the tower. Depth charge is gonna be invested, but just for the disengage. The arrow actually connecting towards Margot. Fate a little bit isolated there, but forced a flash there by Zero. It's gonna be nice touch. NAOS Esports still establishing control.
Thus far, 4k gold lead for the side of NAOS Esports is really good. This is what they wanted coming into game number 1. And thus far, they just have to balloon it coming into 6k gold lead, 8k gold lead. And how they could do that is what they did once again in game number 1, which was a little bit unsuccessful, but this time around, they could do it a lot more towards more of a favorability and not towards risk, is to get that Baron, right? If they get the Baron Nashor, they get the Baron buff, they get a huge priority on lanes, and they could get much more gold.
And they need to be very careful on the setups again by KT.RY. This is exactly the same situation that NAOS Esports were in just a while ago. In KT.RY, in the mid lane, they secured 4 kills. 4-man again in the top lane, but this time it's exactly the opposite. Dog's gonna be able to envy himself out, still able to escape by a short while. NAOS Esports will just clean him up, but KT answering back still, able to establish, flex their muscles. NAOS Esports not really too successful in that fight.
Yeah, and this is what KT.RY needs to gain a lot of gold back. And also, in addition to that, to deny the possibility of those objectives takedowns by NAOS Esports. Looking at top side though, 2v1.
Making it 3 versus 2 as the rest of NAOS Esports are just there to zone out the members of KT.RY. Just setting up, making sure they have the upper hand in every sort of situation. Making sure as well that they pay their due respect against KT.
Right now, it will be KT.RY who will not force the issue here. NAOS Esports was successful and to really push him back, possibility of that engage by KT.RY. And at this point, NAOS Esports will play towards the Ocean Drake. This is the objectives on top of objectives. This will still be important for them coming into the latter stages of the game. And the Ocean Drake will give them a lot more sustainability coming onto those team fights. So expectedly, both these teams will have eyes on the Ocean Drake.
And what's good about this for NAOS Esports is that Rattel actually is not too successful this time around in the splitters department. Cobb is being able to hold out on his own, and this time Margo again, zero hesitation to go in. But maybe this time he needs to rethink his strategies because he easily just obliterated by KT, and now Esports unable to follow up.
It's just too clean. It's too good. It's too clean by KT.RY. What they're doing there is that they're really just forcing out how Margo wants to go in for the engage or how Fate wants to go in for the engage, and Zero, they're not using the explosive cast for disengage, they're using the explosive cast for isolation. And once they do that, they get the numbers advantage, and now Esports lose the team fight.
Yeah, numbers disadvantage is a very crucial right now for NAOS Esports, but they are still going to be continuing onto the fight. Backline, unable to be breached this time around, especially with Hero's entrance by Margo. He is back online, zoning them with the Shield of Thrawn. Curtain Call gonna be used as well onto the backline. Rattel might need to hookshot out. Sin misses the hookshot as well and gets the lead, and Acrobat as well is gonna be next. And now the Esports now running at them. Zero trying to escape. Luna trying to fight back as well, but Margo is still gonna be staying alive. But Zero gets obliterated by Mitsura. And they get the ace, they get the dragon, and now we're gonna be pushing both sides.
And what are we saying about the Jin? Those long-range fights, the curtain call, the deadly flourish is towards their advantage. And now as Esports won that, they get 2 dragons, and they're now looking for the inhib.
They will be able to get this unless Doll miraculously will be able to stop them. But it's not gonna be possible this time around. Still lingering by the area. Rattel's gonna be helping him out, isolating Margo, just stalling for a bit. Hexical Timid gonna be invested alongside with the Ash Arrow. But now the Esports is grouped up. They might need to rethink their decisions. KT does disengage in the end.
Going out unscathed, no value back for KT.RY. This is exactly what NAOS Esports wants. And now the Baron Nashor will be open for them. Now the role coming in for Murmo, for Mitsura and the likes is to just delay how KT.RY wants to force out the Baron to turn things around. And now Esports done that successfully with the resets coming through for Calm and also Fate. This will still be towards now Esports' advantage with already 8k gold lead in their favor.
3-0-2 is the score of Murmo on the Jin. This is exactly the reason why they picked this champion, and it's working so well for NAOS Esports right now. You mentioned it a while ago, Infinity, the curtain call, the dead flourish, the kiting ability, how difficult it is as well to reach him. KT tried through Daw and Rattel, but they're not successful in that dragon fight. We saw how it happened. We saw the ace happening. Now they're ahead by 9,000 gold. This is a big opportunity for NAOS Esports to establish more control, possibly on the Baron.
A big opportunity for them. The thing is, if NAOS Esports takes a kill, takes a gank, takes the numbers advantage, they could force out the Baron. If they win the team fight, they could end the game.
Margo holding door, making sure that they have no access towards the Baron. Calm gonna be able to escape as well, just barely dodging that Ash Arrow. But now Esports cancelled on the Baron take. That charge gonna be invested only to be followed up with a stasis. There's a Justice Punch. They are committing Margo a little bit low in HP. Zero as well.
Curtain call.
The calling. Hero's entrance gonna be used to re-engage. Man, Gust of Glory coming in from Margot. With low HP, still able to just help out the team. No deaths on either side, but low HP on KT.RY. Now Esports now pressuring with the Baron. Just shredding it down so fast. Is there gonna be a steal? The answer is no. Executing onto Mitsuru as well, gonna be cancelled as he kites away. And now Esports now looking for the kills. Mirmo is gonna be isolated a little bit here, but Luna might need to rethink his decisions. Will just be disengaging instead, and now Esports prevails.
They could pretty much end the game here. KT.RY only has a couple of members alive into this fight, and now Esports, they have the Baron, they have every single advantage in their favor, and now this is the advantage that they want. They could end it to get game 2.
Acrobat says engage, but Atel said no, I don't want to, I want to escape. And they got killed along the way as well. And now the inhibitors are going to be falling down. Now Esports wants to get the revenge. They are pinning down the Ashe. Acrobat is forced to flash away. And the Baron Apartment is just going to help now Esports tie up the score.
1-1, even footing in the series in a best of 7. What a start that we have here in the playoffs. NAOS versus KT.RY. Currently tied up in this series.
It's a better execution and decision making coming in from NAOS Esports from the start of the game towards the finish. Because the game number 1, they were able to have a great start. But at the end, starting from the middle, KT.RY was able to have those ganks happening, have those team fights won by them consecutively. And this time around, they were not allowed by NAOS Esports. While they maintained the same aggressiveness of NAOS Esports, were more cautious this time in entering and exiting a fight.
Yeah, they were very, very methodical at this point, because the thing is, what they lost in game number 1 is the consistent back and forth that KT.RY was able to do. They were forcing out team fights, they were forcing out clashes that has a lot of risk. And this time around, they're only playing towards the positive points. They're only playing towards, we're going for the long range engage. We do not want risk. If we're able to take the opportunity to pounce on one member, we take that opportunity and we won the team fight.
And this time, KT.RY unable to find an opportunity to bounce back here in this game. Maybe they need to start investing more on early game champions and not opt for the double marksman. NAOS Esports has a lot of answers. We were a little bit nervous. I was actually a little bit nervous on the Jhin pick when I saw it pick just based on history and stats on this champion. But Mirmo really delivered in this game. Perfect performance here to demonstrate how good he is and how many choices he still has on the Dragon role.
Yeah, it was just amazing overall. And once again, it doesn't matter. Mirmo, the reason why Jhin actually works is how the composition works, right? CC Fest, it's crowd control, name the games, those team fights, and if Mirmo is safe, with those curtain call that could deal damage, with the deadly flourish that could deal extra CC with those roots, it's just perfect. And now Fate once again getting so much engaged for the team, gets the MVP.
Well deserved, honestly. The way that NAOS Esports got the early advantages through his ganks alongside with Margot's setup in the mid lane, along with every single setup there is that was just made by NAOS Esports, allowed them to just maintain their goal lead and keep it growing the entire game, reaching to about 11,000 till the very end. Let's see what's going to be the answer this time around by KT, because the score is tied up and we're going for game 3 of this best of 7.
Feel the thorns embrace. Death is in bloom. None will escape my grasp.
Let's go. Sicker than a wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first one.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
The score is tied, but this time, it's not gonna be the last game because this is a best of 7. But we're about to see who is gonna be getting the upper hand in this best of 7 series. Because we have 1-1. NAOS Esports finally able to answer back, have a better execution in this game too. KT, this time, is switching towards the red side.
Yeah, it will be interesting, right? Because now KT.RY will have the position to really have the initial 2 pickups of champions, and from what we have seen, they always have this priority onto the Camille Gragas that we've seen thus far. That could still show up into the red side selection if they do want to go for the same route.
It's going to be very tricky, Infinity, here for KT. We saw how big the adjustments were on the side of NAOS Esports, how well they were able to get a read against KT.RY in that game number 2. We can never doubt KT. This is a team that has strong foundations. They made many adjustments as well over the past few months, even in this transition from season 1 to season 2, but yet they managed to get the upper hand, adapt what they need to adapt, change what they need to change. Zero still is actually performing so well on the Gragas that might be an indicator that NAOS Esports maybe needing to take the Gragas away from him. But let's see what's gonna be the change as well on NAOS Esports with the draft in the bans.
Yeah. And as you jump to it, we have NAOS Esports still prioritizing the Gwen. The reason for this ban, for the viewers watching at home that are quite new into Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, it is Rattel's signature pick. So banning it away is a huge respect onto the Baron laner here of KT.RY. Along with that is Evelyn and then Camille to follow through. And then for KT.RY, we have the Hecarim, the Akali to be banned away.
Will the Vi this time be allowed? No.
As soon as he said that,
not even asking that.
I heard you.
They heard me. They heard me. I'm sorry, Fate. I'm sorry. But this time, Calm locking in the Lucian. Possibly for Mitsura once again, since he is just so consistent on this champion. It's one of his favorites. He's comfortable using it against almost any matchup.
It's very interesting. It's very interesting having a Lucian as a priority pick, regardless, with the Gragas open, Ornn open, Camille open. There's just so much picks that is open currently when it comes to these first few picks. But KT.RY changing it up picking up the Jax instead as the Camille is banned away.
Yeah, Rattel just so good on the Jax. I remember back in Season 1 as well, he was one of the first Jax users to be able to have a great impact into the game when a lot of players were struggling with this champion. And right now he remains the same as well, being a pillar in the top lane and still investing so much on the late game. This time with the Jax, I think it's going to be much more scary for NAOS Esports to deal with him, just because of the tremendous amount of late game potential on this champ, plus the split pushing capability, much better actually than the Camille.
Yeah, and NAOS Esports is changing it up a bit, right? They're not going for the priority onto Galio, and I feel like this is so much more of a flexible draft than NAOS currently has, because Lucian could go mid lane, could go bot lane. Nautilus could go jungle, could go for Fate, or could go to Margo. Right? And this gives so much flexibility onto the draft of NAOS Esports, and this will be the adaptability that NAOS has innately. With a coach in their backs, it's Coach Lucid that has a massive brain when it comes to these type of drafts, right? KT.RY, what are you gonna ban away? Because the thing is, we still have a follow-up plan right after. Similar to what they did a while ago, right? They picked up the Ashe to deny it away from Mermo. They had the Jhin to replace it.
They have Ornn as well for Zero. One of his favorite champions as well. One of his most used support champions. Whenever the Gragas is removed. And KT has a lot of success with it as well, just because of the Call of the Force God and the way that Zero actually performs and replaces this champion, well synergized with the rest of the squad. Now Esports needs to be very, very careful in team fights, because this is much more scary than the Gragas at times. This time, KT will not hold back engaging against NAOS Esports. We see as well the ban on the Galio, right? Which is a lot of respect towards Margo, especially with his performance in Game 2.
Yeah, and the reason why KT.RY is doing these bans, they do not want Galio to go into Margo. For sure, on the performance that Margo showed us in game number 1 and game number 2, that's huge respect. Zoe's also removed, because the thing is, from what we've mentioned, Lucian is still a flexible pick. It could go mid lane, it could go into Mitsura, or it can go into the bottom lane. Now, KT.RY wants a little bit more of that crowd control, wants a little bit more of that utility, so the Varus will be locked in.
Gragas works as a great disengager with the cast, but the Varus can do the same as well, especially with the Chain of Corruption. I love this coming in from KT.RY. They're filled with counter engages, with re-engages, and they can force fights as well. But this makes it a lot more spicy for NAOS Esports. Ashe and then the Seraphine, man, they continue to just give us a lot of surprises here.
Oh, wow. You know what? I was actually thinking about Nami instead of Seraphine. But you know what? Seraphine works in the similar fashion, right? And I think the reason why Nami and Seraphine could work, especially coming into the bottom lane, or regardless when it comes to those team fights, is because of their big crowd control, which is what NAOS Esports wants when it comes to this composition. And in addition to that, a lot more sustainability. It could give extra movement speed onto his teammates. It could give a lot more shields and heals, given the fact that they have Seraphine in mind. Now for KT.RY, they have Shen, which is really good, because from what we have seen that NAOS Esports have been doing in game 1 and game number 2 in the past games, is they're really good when it comes to those team fights. They always go in for the united ganks into the bottom lane, into the mid lane, or even into the top lane. Now that Shen is going to the side of KT.RY, this gives him a lot more even playing field when it comes to the numbers game.
Small skirmishes as well is going to be much more impactful here for KT.RY.
Yeah.
Split push by Rattel, followed up by a Stand United coming in from Do as well, in case that he gets ganked. There's so many things that KT.RY can do, very similar to game 1 and 2 as well. That's Esports on the setup, and this is a great anti-engage, or possibly a great setup that they can just make for a team fight against KT.RY. It's a great way to cancel the Call of the Force God, especially with its massive range, when it keeps on resetting the range whenever it connects to an ally or an opponent. And now Esports, with the shield provided, is not going to hold back with their engages.
Yeah, the big problem now that I have with NAOS Esports' draft, yes, interior when it comes to team fighting, they're still really good when it comes to its composition, but now what they lack is that map control that Margo has innately with Galio because of the hero's entrance, right? The only thing now that NAOS Esports has to really be worried about is their surroundings. What is currently happening that is surrounding us? Do we have a gank that can potentially happen here? Because the thing is, they cannot have Margot jump in from the bottom lane immediately into the mid lane on top side, right?
Yeah, they don't have as much front line anymore.
Yeah, and that will be a huge problem now for the side of NAOS Esports. And in addition to that, it is also Renekton instead of the Rivet, right? So it's not similar when it comes to that CC division, when it comes to that crowd control category that NAOS Esports had priorly. But on paper, it's still a similar type of draft that they had. It's a very linear comp. Yeah.
Yeah. NAOS Esports, I think, will be relying so much on Calm and Fate to be able to serve well into the front line, because they will be the stepping stone of Margot later on with the Encore, because he cannot engage this time around. He's not using a tank, he's using a utility support to help out the whole team here of NAOS Esports. And I think that can be an opportunity for KT to try and pin down the bottom lane this time around. They don't have anyone to soak the damage. Yeah, they have a shield, but they're not as tanky as they used to.
Yeah, and if the viewers are currently wondering, like, Gragas is open, why didn't they pick that up? Because the thing is, the thing about Gragas, yes, Margot is a fantastic player of the Gragas as a champion, but what they want is to stack the enemy on top of each other, right? That's why they have the Nautilus. That's why they have a lot of these crowd controls that they have, these long-range engages with Murmo. And the thing about Gragas is his ultimate splits the enemy apart with the explosive cast. And that is not something that NAOS Esports wants. What they want is for them to stack on top of each other for the utilization of the Drench line from the Nautilus, the Encore from the Seraphine, and also the Enchant Crystal Arrow from the Ashe.
To maximize the AoE damage that NAOS Esports is gonna throw at them. And that's a great cherry on top, right? Picking up the Seraphine, but a pick up onto Mitsuru, at least an attempt on it. Will force out the flash. KT's gonna be happy with that.
Yeah, it will definitely be that point, right? Now for the side of KT.RY, their change when it comes to their composition gives them a lot more frontline capabilities into negating a lot of these possibility of front to back type of playstyle that NAOS has done in game number 1 and game number 2. Given that they have Jax in their composition, one Counter-Strike could have a huge denial onto Calm, huge denial onto Fate when it comes to that engage tool. And in addition to that, they also have Shen into their jungle. So it is going to be an easy front line for KT.RY, and when it comes to the numbers game, it's easier for them to come through.
You have so much crowd control, right? It's only Luna that doesn't possess any crowd control, but with the package later on, he is gonna be very scary to deal with as well. Right up with an Ornn, called the Forge God, great dodge with the Valkyrie there by Luna just to escape the arrow of Mirmo. Fate is still lingering by the area, waiting for an opportunity. Depth charge with a flash gonna be invested, forcing out the flash with Luna as well. Afraid of summoner spells there, but no kills just yet.
Yeah, no kills as of yet. It was just an atmosphere check, mood check coming into the mid lane there.
Ping check.
Yeah, it was NAOS Esports as always wanting to go for that gank, wanting to go for that kill, but just a dash coming into the tier 1 turret and them safety. But overall, this is what they want, right? They want to accelerate these games. They want to really just speed through the scaling of NAOS Esports, given the fact that they have Ashe, they have Lucian in their draft. Scalings are still decent, but not similar to the likes of Corki.
Yeah, especially when there is a Shen that can just help him out later on. So many auto-attack base champions as well on the side of NAOS Esports will be denied. At least there is a massive opportunity for Doe to deny some of the auto-attacks of NAOS Esports, and that's going to be so helpful later on for Luna and the rest of the team. Rattel being very consistent as well, just on the split pushing, working his way up towards his scaling as well. Later on, he will be able to slowly beat down this Renekton of Calm. And NAOS Esports having this passive play in the early game. Yes, they are waiting for the arrow of Mirmo to set things up for them. But KT, whenever they stall, this is gonna be an opportunity for them to work around for the late game. Ratel checking the area a little bit too early. Call of support shot gonna be used as well, just to knock them up. Dragon gonna be secured, and now going in with Stand United as well. Fate gonna be denied from the entry, tries to dredge line away. Ratel as well gonna be traded out. At least a trade 1-for-1 here for KT.RY, but Mirmo will be jumped upon, and Luna will be there as well for the follow-up, and KT gets the upper hand in that fight.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate for the side of NAOS Esports, right? They wanted to go in for the Rift Herald, but the thing is, there's the big problem that we've mentioned. KT.RY now has Ratel onto the Jack. So when it comes to those front lines, one counter-strike could really just disrupt how NAOS Esports want to play these front-to-back type of playstyles that they had over the past 2 games. In addition to that, they have Shen for extra damage negation with the shields. Mitsuru with the flash though!
Dodging the taunt, but unable to get the kill. The range wasn't just there. He was able to finish up the kill. NAOS Esports, unfortunate scenario.
Yeah, and once again going back, right? They have so much more capabilities to deny the engages that NAOS Esports has done over the prior 2 games. In addition to that, it was Varus' chain of corruption that also became a huge headache for NAOS Esports during that fight.
Because you have to spread out. You cannot let the chain just continue stunning up the other members. And that's the zone control coming in from KT.RY. Not just the Call of the Forge God is the big pressure, it's also the rest of the crowd control that is present on the side of KT.RY. Now NAOS Esports going back to just farming mode. So they're looking for opportunities across the map. Arrow gonna be incoming. Luna able to dodge it as well. And KT should be fine. Oh, flash in again by Fate. Awkward as well, just missing by a hairline. They will spawn the Shelly upstairs. Will get the tower. Is gonna be attempted to be traded out in the mid lane though by KT.
Yeah, it was really close, right? The arrow did not connect. They invested the Encore as well that did not connect. Just good side steps coming in from Luna to deny that engage from now.
Great damage coming in from Acrobat as well. Just in the early parts of this game, we see already the potential of the burst coming in from this champion. As Esports might need to target him a lot later on to try and pin him down, but it's just so difficult, especially with the amount of crowd control that KT.RY has. Calm just clearing out the wave, making sure that they do get the leverage, at least the wave priority, so that they can go on the reset and maybe prepare work around the map again. 2 Quicksilver stashes already picked up by KT. This is already a great counter towards the Ash of Mirmo.
Yeah, it definitely is a great counter. Right now though, Acrobat
in a bad spot. He will be able to pick up the kill towards Margot. Arrow a little bit late this time around. KT gets that 1 free kill.
Yeah, it was really good. Right, Chain of Corruption followed up by crowd control from Zero. It was an easy kill for KT.RY, and thus far, they were able to stack up 5 kills. KT.RY though, come for the gang.
Yeah, stacking in the bottom lane. Early use of the depth charge, well, just to cancel the engager of a Zero. Hamsel able to hold out on his own. Piercing arrow though is hurting quite a lot coming from Acrobat. Will force out a reset there by Calm, while a split push is happening in the top side, allowing KT to maybe secure 1 tower there. No answer coming from NAOS.
Ratel will not pursue for the all-in. Because Mitsuru was able to just dash away coming from that fight. But right now, NAOS Esports, it was just a good time bought from them. And they take the tier 1 in mid lane.
Great answer back from NAOS Esports. They recognize the split push from Luna. They answer into the mid lane, unlocking one of the most important towers in the game, allowing them to have great control on top side of KT. Only thing they need to destroy is the bottom side tier 1 tower, and they will be able to interfere a lot on the vision of KT as well, especially on their blue and red side jungle. Now 9.5 minutes into the game. Second dragon is about to come up as well. This is gonna be an infernal dragon, and KT, they want to stack up, they want the soul point. Now Esports needs to find a way to establish vision there.
Yeah, it definitely is. Infernal Drake now open for any of these 2 teams to come up and take down. But now it's Esports. Ooh, Calm is so low.
Just have the honey fruit, but it's not enough to allow him to have the innate pressure later on for the team fight. KT is making sure they they get the moment right. Stand United gonna be used a little too early. Rattel, though, is gonna be forced out. Valkyrie, package is gonna be invested. Calm is gonna be denied on the flank. KT having the numbers advantage. Jax can still re-engage here. Call of Fortune gonna be denied as well. A little bit odd there coming from Zero, but it's not gonna matter at all. Rattel with a great backline access. Having a stun. Great knock-up as well coming from Zero. The follow-up though, it's not gonna be amazing, but Rattel's gonna be there to finish up the kill. And after securing 3 kills, they will just get this dragon for free.
Yeah, they will definitely do that. Infernal Drake now being taken down by KT.RY. There's no opportunity for that contest, no jungle available. And KT.RY add a cherry on top, add sprinkles to the dessert. They get a tier 1 turret into the mid lane.
Sprinkles so many of those damage towards NAOS Esports as well. We saw that in that fight.
Yeah, and now looking back, coming in from that fight, it was NAOS Esports who tunneled vision on one. And the KT.RY took that opportunity with a vision onto the Tri-Brush to pounce and get the numbers advantage. Now it was a 4v5. Rattel coming into the back line without Counter-Strike, stunning onto dude. There was just no opportunity for NAOS to fight back.
Encore as well. This time gonna be committed towards Rattel, but no follow-up coming in from the rest of NAOS Esports. Red line is there, but no damage, and Fate overextended. Just gonna be buying enough time for the rest of the team to be able to secure that tower. Ornn ult incoming. 2 kills picked up by KT. Calm might actually just be next as Stand United comes through. The knock-up, the stun, the CC chain is just there from KT. And now Esports running for the high hills, trying to escape. Luna actually interested in flanking them right there, but we'll just go back into the mid lane to try and secure this tower as well as the rest of KT is pushing bot lane.
Yeah, and this is really good. 2-lane pressure for the side of KT.RY. With only 2 members left for NAOS Esports, they cannot defend 2 lanes. What they should have done is commit onto 1, but it was a tad bit too late. And now KT.RY!
Oh, that was so close. Mitsura would have been bursted there if one auto attack went through before the scattered arrows.
Yeah, but looking back, it was Fate who went with the depth charge onto Rattel, but Drench line. But the thing is, the turret was pretty much the prize there for NAOS Esports. This is what they wanted because they needed that lane control. But Zero going in at the right time just denied the possibility for NAOS to really just go back unscathed, and that just lost them the fight.
It's a great follow-up, great timing coming from KT.RY that allows them to take full control of the fight. I don't think NAOS Esports should be forcing fights, at least as of this moment, because the 6,000 gold lead is starting to be a big trouble. Same as this Ornn ult as Rattel goes back in, but it's Stand United as well coming from the DAW, and they will just clean up the members here of NAOS Esports. Fate will flash out over the pit, but it's not gonna matter at all because KT has their eyes on the Baron.
Yeah, eyes on the Baron. Baron's currently open for them to take down. And with having the core key in their favor, having Acrobat as well, this will be an easy time for them. NAOS is currently on a timer. They need not to contest the Baron after. There's just no opportunity. And that will be the Baron secured by KT.RY.
Massive gold lead as well after that fight. 7,000 already.
Yeah, and just looking back onto that replay, right? You have the Call of the Forge God coming through from the back end, and once again, with the Jax ability for Rattel, with a lot of frontliners, with Dog going in for Shen as well, there's just so hard. It's just more difficult, rather, for an execution for NAOS Esports from what they've done in Game 1 and 2.
The burst is just not enough coming in from NAOS Esports. Plus, the KT.RY is always finding ways to secure at least 1 kill to have the numbers advantage before NAOS Esports is even able to commit onto a fight. And now with the Baron Fire minions, they're able to just get more towers. Rattel though is gonna get camped, but it's never gonna be a 1 versus 3 because Daw is just gonna be there. Arrow gonna be connecting, but not too shabby at all for KT. Daw finishing up the Lucian. Rattel jumping away. Just so much outplays coming from KT.RY, and Dodge is doing tremendous work. Damage is high coming in from this Shen. 2 kills already as Rattel joins back in, and that's a massive outplay as KT.RY is just bashing through the base here of NAOS Esports, able to get the Seraphim down. The base is wide open, the Nexus is exposed, and KT will just secure this game number 3.
An amazing showing of their power once again here in game number 3, giving them the advantage of this series, already 2-1 up against NAOS this time around. The change of draft composition with methodical playstyle and a good coordination, won them that game. And once again, KT.RY. I mean, this is one of the strongest teams in APAC Conference.
Yeah. KT just demonstrating how well they can adapt, not only from their playstyle but also from the executions and the draft as well that they have picked up this time. This Shen of Do is very impactful. Rattel is able to just unlock its full potential. We saw that outplay in the bottom lane. But not only that, it's just the whole performance here of KT in this game 3. NAOS Esports really did try to establish control from minute 1, but KT was more cautious this time and had better answers in every intention that NAOS had to engage onto them.
Yeah, and it was just an unfortunate tackle that KT.RY did there during the draft, right? They were able to pincer and pierce rather the brains behind the comp. Right, remove away the Galio. If Galio is removed, they will lack a frontliner coming into that composition. Yes, they will have the Lucian and the Ashe still, but who's going in for map control? The map control rather, with the hero's entrance, with Margot going on to Galio, with a lot of these big CC fights, with Fate going in for the engage, with Ashe going for the engage, and Margot following through. It's no longer there.
And it's so surprising as well how so interesting how KT has denied NAOS Esports so many fights that NAOS Esports was only able to secure 1 kill and KT got 18. Rattel as well is just, again, well, we talked about this Jax during the drafting phase. Rattel is just so good on this champion. He was not pressured at all in the Baron lane despite many attempts of NAOS Esports to gank him. He knows that TO is just going to be there to help him out whenever he is having that stand united, but even so, without, he's able to hold out on his own.
Yeah, able to hold up on its own. But just look at Rattel, 617 coming into that fight, coming into that battle up against Calm. It's just a counter-strike, right? Fate wants to enter, Calm wants to enter. You have Rattel punching back.
Now, what's gonna be the response here of NAOS Esports? I don't think Margot or NAOS Esports rather should be investing on a utility support just yet, especially if they're lacking proper frontline. Yes, Nautilus can be a frontline, but in the jungle, it is building AP. We saw the build a while ago. Margot as well has invested on AP items, and that kind of translated into lesser frontline capability. And KT was fully aware. Rattel having an amazing performance of it, Jax, definitely is noteworthy and much so should be recognized with his massive damage, 33%, and almost always is there for the team fights. This third MVP, and it's going to be looking for more.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Fantastic showing of Rattel. Going from top side, those counter-strike consistently connects to numerous people from those team fights.
Let's see what's going to be an adjustment this time around by NAOS Esports. It is a long series, everybody. They're trying to really push this to their limits. Let's see what's going to happen after this short break.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, better stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, go wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Swap blue too hard like a nigga got 4 irons to death to
Welcome to the top 5 highlights of the final week of Wild Rift League Asia group stages. While the situation in the APAC region seemed to be set, Cyprus Esports surprisingly defeated Trace Esports to finish in the top 2. In China, the top 8 teams that advanced only became certain when the final match ended. A group stage that brought a lot of new things compared to the previous Wild Rift League Asia season. Now let's dive to the top 5 highlights of week number 8. Starting with number 5. Trace Esports is still flying very high on the wings of Weiba, especially because of 7-8's performance. Facing Thunder Talk in the second game at 18 minutes into the game, Weiba transformed into a dragon and flew into the Baron pit to steal victory for Trace Esports.
Shield of the Rand is perfect, but Trace Esports steals the Baron. This will be Weiba's time to shine, and they took it away from Thunder Talk to end the game. And now the Hextech ultimatum denied by their post. With Hero's entrance as well, zoning away, Tracy Esports are gonna flip into the backside. Korn has to use up the stasis, but going into the middle of it all, it's Z who gets deleted. The Baron Nashor with Tracy.
Number 4. Now this highlight, it's a combined effort of CF17 and Soldier. They had a stun collaboration to steal the Elder Dragon against Keep.S Gaming members at the 19th minute into the game of their second match.
Soldier, he might be able to go for the steal. Here's the F17, he's already inside. They got the kill on SEY, they got the steal in the end. J-Team is going to be running away with this. They got one on ZY, they have the Elder Drake on their side. They might be able to get the kill on KG. Xiaoma running away. 2 members are still alive on the side of KVG. They got the 2 shots per watch. And that was it. Elder Drake has been taken.
Number 3. Yitze also made it to the top of the highlights of week number 8 with a great 1 versus 2 tower defense. At the beginning of the game, he became a target from once, but through his quick thinking, Yitze turned the hunter into a prey by taking both of the kills.
Oh yeah, because once, as soon as he saw, he was already in place. Yitze, he did. Oh god, he delayed that dive for so long, and then the turret will keep him alive, just winning.
Number 2. The final 3-man turret freeze seemed easy, but SZY was too strong with his Renekton. With the power of the Crocodile and Ignite, SZY took 1 kill for himself and helped the team to secure 2 more kills.
Not really able to see anything, but on the other side, the same thing is happening, but on the other side, SZY, he actually manages to get the kill, and another kill by Soldier onto Chaz, and now that he's trapped behind enemy lines. 3 kills, 4 kills across the board for JT.
And number 1. The top 1 position for the final week of the group stages belongs to the ADC of Thunder Talk, Soil. Right at the first minute of the second game when they met Nova Esports, Soil had a calm handling to turn a 3 versus 2 gank into a Nova Esports disaster to take a triple kill.
Good dredge line, layer of CC, and they know that Chenchi got no flash, but still.
Wait! Ooh!
With the damage, they still got a sustain, but here comes more. Looking for a target once again, uses the flash, a flash to flash, and a coast to coast of a kill.
Barrier.
Hitting.
Oh! Fruits!
And he's going.
There you go!
And a double kill, and everyone.
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section and keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name's Giyang, see you again on the next video.
Feel the thorns embrace. Death is in bloom. None will escape my grasp.
Let's go. Sicker than noses with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Welcome to the top 5 highlights of the final week of Wild Rift League Asia group stages. While the situation in the APAC region seemed to be set, Cerberus Esports surprisingly defeated Trace Esports to finish in the top 2. In China, the top 8 teams that advanced only became certain when the final match ended. A group stage that brought a lot of new things compared to the previous Wild Rift League Asia season. Now let's dive to the top 5 highlights of week number 8. Starting with number 5. Trace Esports is still flying very high on the wings of Weiba, especially because of its amazing performance. Facing Thunder Talk in the second game at 18 minutes into the game, Weiba transformed into a dragon and flew into the Baron Pit to steal victory for Trace Esports.
Shield of the Rand is perfect, but Trace Esports steals the Baron. This won't be Weiba's time to shine, and they took it away from Thunder Talk to end the game. And now the Hextech ultimatum denied by their post. With Hero's entrance as well, zoning away, Tracy Esports are gonna flip into the backside. Korn has to use up the stasis, but going into the middle of it all, it's Z who gets deleted. The Baron Nashor with Tracy.
Number 4. Now this highlight is a combined effort of CF17 and Soldier. They had a stunning collaboration to steal the Elder Dragon against Keep Gaming members at the 19th minute into the game of their second match.
Soldier, he might be able to go for the steal. Here's the F17, he's already inside. They got the kill on SCY, they got the steal in the end. J-Team is going to be running away with this. They've got one on ZY, they have the Elder Drake on their side. They might be able to get the kill on KG. Xiaoma running away. 2 members are still alive on the side of KVD. They got the 2 shots per watch. And that was it. Elder Drake has been taken.
Number 3. Yitze also made it to the top of the highlights of week number 8 with a great 1 versus 2 tower defense. At the beginning of the game, he became a target from once, but through his quick thinking, Yitze turned the hunter into a prey by taking both of the kills.
Oh yeah, because once, as soon as he saw, he was already in place. Yitze,
he
did. Oh god, he delayed that time for so long, and then the turret will keep him alive, just winning.
Number 2. The final 3-man turret freeze seemed easy, but SZY was too strong with his Renekton. With the power of the Crocodile and Ignite, SZY took 1 kill for himself and helped the team to secure 2 more kills.
Not really able to CC anything, but on the other side, the same thing is happening, but on the other side, SZY, he actually manages to get the kill, and another kill by Soldier onto Chaz, and now that he's trapped behind enemy lines. 3 kills, 4 kills across the board for JT.
And number 1. The top 1 position for the final week of the group stages belongs to the ADC of Thundertalk, Soil. Right at the first minute of this, it's time for game number 4 and to see if NAOS Esports is going to be able to tie up the score once again, because game number 3 was so clean coming in from KT.
It was, right? It was, and that netted KT.RY the advantage coming into the series of 1 point. Currently, the standing is 2-1. It's a race to 4 wins, so we'll see who comes out on top this time around. In game number 4, we have Vi and Lucian immediately banned away. KT.RY, huge respects onto Mitsuru this time.
Yeah, they take it away this time around, letting the Akali be available to be picked up by Mitsuru if ever. Let's see if NAOS Esports is going to be allowed that champion still, because it's either going to be the Akali or the Renekton is going to be let through by KT as well. Looks like it's going to be the Renekton, since they saw the Renekton performance of Calm already in game number 3. And since Rattel was able to beat him a while ago and even was able to land the MVP in that game 3, looks like they're going to be comfortable either way.
It will be. Right now, Renekton will be open, but NAOS Esports has changed things up a bit with no Lucian availability coming into this composition. The big question is, what will they go for this time around? KT.RY though, as usual, Camille will be locked in.
Yeah, not too surprising anymore, right? Because whenever it's available and whenever they are on blue side, they will just pick it up as well. NAOS Esports might go back to the usual formula as well, but they have they need to have a different champion into the mid lane for Mitsuru to answer against Luna's aggression. We saw Luna being very comfortable into the mid lane a while ago. No deaths, almost no deaths incurred the entire game for the whole of KT. Only 1 kill secured by NAOS Esports compared to the 18 of KT was definitely not the performance that NAOS Esports wanted to have in that game 3. This time they actually take the Corki and give the Zeri away.
Yeah, the Corki will be locked in by the side of NAOS Esports. Could be towards Mitsuru, but as how NAOS Esports has played this series thus far, they could always switch it up. KT.RY though will double down onto the Zeri that has been banned priorly, and with it left open, it will be locked in by Y along with Gragas.
Yeah, whenever it's available and whenever KT is on blue side, they just get the Gragas for 0 because he is just so amazing on this champion. But the Shendo is going to come through for Fate this time around. Looks like he wants to help out on the split push. And the skirmishes have the potential of the double objectives as well in the 5-minute mark for NAOS Esports to get the early advantage.
Yeah, this is really good coming from the side of NAOS Esports. Right now, KT.RY has to ban away another ADC here, and Ezreal is a good option for them. Expectedly, the addition to that could be still Ashe, because that is a champion that Murma has played in the past, which could still be locked in. Now, NAOS Esports, on the other hand, has banned away Kha'Zix and has banned away Varus.
Yeah, Acrobat is just too good on the Varus in that game 3. Nautilus is going to be denied by KT just in case that NAOS Esports is still going to be interested in picking this champion up for Margot this time around. The Galio is available if ever they do want to pick that champion up, have the double global pressure for team fighting against KT. Ornn is still really effective for team fight, especially in setting up with the Call of the Forge God, but it can be cancelled by the Gragas ult.
Yeah, the global presence could definitely be of use, but Ornn will be prioritized here by NAOS. In this fight, for KT.RY, they still need a jungler, and Aatrox when it comes to those team fightings is really good.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm so thrilled to see if okay, they do lock it in. The Aatrox for Daw is something that I did miss quite a lot. And the recently changed Ziggs will be picked up here as well, or at least hovered by KT. There has been a massive change over the whole skill set.
Yeah.
And the way to use a Ziggs into a laning phase towards structures as well.
Yeah, even the ultimates have been changed quite a little bit. Not as much, but a lot of changes has been made onto the Ziggs here. But NAOS Esports double downing onto the Jin pick that they were able to use to even out the playing field into the series on the prior 2 games that we've had.
This is gonna be very scary, honestly, for Mirmo. Yes, you still have the range, but one Mega Inferno Bomb can change the course of this champion for Mirmo in this current game. NAOS Esports, they might need to protect him a lot more, or just allow him to try and survive on his own and use the Shen ult towards Mitsura later on, since scaling is just more on the side of the Corki rather than the Jin. KT still possess so much engage, but this time consistent damage and sustain is much more prominent on their side, especially with the Aatrox.
Yeah, especially with the Aatrox, it's really good here. We'll see if KT.RY could replicate what they did in game number 4. As right now, it will be interesting because NAOS Esports had a very drastic change when it comes to their draft compared to their prior games.
Yeah, if they win, if KT wins this game, they will be able to pressure match point. And that is a scary position to be in if you're a fan of NAOS Esports. You don't want that to happen. You want a tie score, a 2-2 score line, and have a chance for NAOS Esports to slowly creep their way towards a great, better score than against KT.RY. Scaling, I think, is going to be much more difficult for NAOS Esports to achieve as well, because KT will not be pressured that much if NAOS Esports plays this slowly. The Aatrox, the Zeri, the Ziggs is going to be able to scale massively towards the late game as well. Early game can be, or early aggression of NAOS Esports can be denied much easier this time around, especially with the Mega Inferno Bomb of the Ziggs.
Yeah, it could definitely work, right? And I'm glad that you mentioned about the scaling part for the side of NAOS Esports, because when it comes to their early game, they lack in a lot of aspects. Right? When it comes to the crowd control, yes, they have a couple of champions and they have the Ornn as well to utilize, but not as much as what they've had priorly, right? And when it comes to damage aspect, they have the Shen. So when it comes to that jungle early game, that damage is not gonna come from the jungle. The top lane would stack onto the Baron lane. So this team for the side of NAOS Esports with Corki and also Jin in mid lane and bot lane, they need quite a bit to be able to reach that point wherein these 2 champions deal damage.
Oh, it's very risky here for NAOS Esports. I'm honestly a little bit nervous for them. The only scaling champion we do see on their side is just the Corki. Riven can perform still, impact a lot in the late game, but it's not as impactful as like a Camille, honestly, and then Aatrox especially. Da is gonna be looking to engage on them later on when he has at least 2 items. It's not gonna hold back, especially with the amount of damage, crowd control, and also just setups that they currently possess with this composition again. This is one of the things I just commend on KT. They are very creative in their draft, and whenever we see their draft be confirmed and be complete, we see the potential of them just winning a game already.
Yeah, it is. Right now, we'll see if they could really just push through with this type of compositions that they have with this new champions that they brought in into this specific game, right, in game number 4. But looking at it, KT.RY also needs a couple of time to be able to reach that point, right? We're focusing on NAOS Esports when it comes to scaling, that they need a lot of time, but KT.RY also does the same thing. Zeri needs a couple of time, Ziggs also need a couple of time. The good thing about KT.RY's draft when it comes to the bottom lane, especially Acrobat, is Zero eventually at level 3 to level 5 could now roam into the mid lane, could now roam into the top side of the map, because Ziggs could be left alone, and that will be very safe for himself because he doesn't need to overextend.
Yeah, all he needs to do is just spam the skills towards the wave and just let it be pushed, or just be even at times. Is a great wave clear, can be able to help out as well on other lanes, especially at level 5. So now Esports, if you want to pin down this champion, actually was unsuccessful with the knock-up right there. Zips as well, though is soaking quite a bit more damage than he's supposed to. He'll be able to heal himself a little bit, especially with his passive. Charge this time is going to connect towards Acrobat as well. To force the flash! Just because of that, that's almost connecting on.
Yeah, that was so close. It was Margot was able to really just put pressure onto Acrobat. And now with Fate coming in as well, could be an opening for NAOS.
Acrobat immediately using the Satchel Charge just to escape, but Fate is still contributing, forcing the flash here of Zero. Acrobat helping out as well. Just denying the first blood capability, but that's already massive control coming from NAOS Esports. We'll be able to at least shove this wave in towards the tower and will allow them to get on a reset.
Yeah, get on the reset here. We'll be able to go back into the base as KT.RY, they have to. There's no more HP for Acrobat. There's no more HP for Zero as well to be able to sustain themselves into the bottom lane. So going back was their only option. And now Esports does the same thing, right? It's a pretty quiet couple of minutes into the matchup, which is truly expected from both sides.
Yeah, they're just gonna be trying to scale up, maybe look for opportunities. This time Zero doesn't have any flash, does have the body slam to escape. As well gonna be in the vicinity. Will he actually check? Will be spotted by a ward placed there by NAOS Esports over the brush. NAOS Esports will just disengage. They're happy with just applying pressure towards Acrobat, forcing him to stay within tower's range and not really push forward against Mirmo at all.
Yeah, force Mirmo at all. It's just that Jin innately could just play in a long distance, right? he doesn't need to go in to force out those fights though. Comes in.
Margot, Stand United, gonna be invested. At least they're gonna be happy with that, especially with the explosive cast missing the hairline there towards Margot. I like the commitment by both teams here. Just all the fights are happening in the bot lane. No casualties, no first blood just yet. And the mid lane, top lane are just peaceful, very peaceful.
Very peaceful, as no flashes as of yet. There are a couple of ganks coming in and back, but no first blood secured by either side. It's just a lot of safety, right? A lot of safety in lately, and pretty much when it comes to this early games, they're still lacking in damage across the board for both teams. So this is going to be a quiet game, but do make sure that coming down into the 5 minutes, Bloodthirster will be built up by Luna. Manamune will be built up by Mitsura and the likes. You have Acrobat also building onto those AP items. This is where it starts to hurt.
Yeah. KT is just waiting for that first power spike, and they will have the again just the utter confidence to find and commit against NAOS Esports. It is a longer scaling for NAOS Esports and not really too impactful at that as well because of the fall off that is present on their composition as well. They're on a timer basically, similar to most of the games that we have in this series so far. And KT is gonna be just patiently waiting for that. The time for them to reap the fruits of their labor is coming at like 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's very quick. It's very swift. Right now though, 5 minutes in, you already have NAOS Esports starting up the Rift Herald, which is a change of pace because from what we have seen in the past is that they really want to prioritize the dragon. So this is a new thing for NAOS Esports that they're doing. They want the Rift Herald as a priority, and that could be a huge gold injection for the likes of Mitsura or even the Jin for Mermaid.
And no Rift Herald, but the time is actually going to be invested here. Cold for shot as well.
Margot.
Getting called out. Great knock-up towards Zero only though, as Fate actually commits too much in that. Not find anything. KT taking notes of everything they have invested there. We will have a chance to strike after this one.
Yeah, and right now, Vertel goes on to Mermo.
Thor's gonna be connecting, still is able to escape as well, but actually this is the longest time, Infinity, that we haven't seen any kills just yet. 6 minutes. 6 minutes.
Yeah, it's a very quiet start for both sides. I mean, we consistently mention this and we have emphasized this. I think there is not enough like focus on it, right? When it comes to the early game, we cannot expect these two teams to go all in full blast on these engages, because compared to the prior games, we had Lucian, we had these strong early game champions, we had Kha'Zix that could deal so much damage at level 5 with that isolation passive as well. And right now, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, not yet. Not yet, at least. NAOS Esports has been... I think they invested like 7 ganks already. 5 in the bottom lane, 1 in the mid lane, 1 in the top lane, but everything has been denied by KT so far. This is what makes this team very formidable. It's so hard to catch him off guard, it's so hard to find a weak spot, and even if they see a weak spot, it's so hard to poke at it just because of how fast the response is from KT. We saw the great disengage by Zero a while ago as NAOS Esports was taking the Rift Herald. The cast usage of Zero was on point, and this is what makes this now support player of KT just very impactful. And later on, NAOS Esports will be at the risk of being isolated once again, similar to games 1 and 2. Call of the Forge God, again, cast a little bit too early this time around. Fate gonna be taunting Luna, still unable to land the damage towards this mid lane, but finally, they are finding the opportunities, but now they have to answer towards this Aatrox. Again, the damage is supreme, the reasons are just there. KT, happy with the trades, will just be healing themselves up once more.
With a full-on brawl, it's always Aatrox that can out-sustain the opponents. And that is what Daw did. It was so good. He was just going into the middle of that fight. It was dealing damage. And in theory, NAOS did a pretty good job when it comes to that engagement. Mitsura going into the backside, but Daw once again. And Mitsura just having no more frontliners left. It's KT.RY that just brought the win towards them.
This time, NAOS Esports are trying to invest a couple of members towards the top side to try and take this tower down. But again, this is Rattel that you are going up against. He is a pillar on the side of KT.RY, always standing his ground, not allowing anything to be given easily towards the opponents. And he has been very consistent in all of the games so far. Mitsura actually having to be injected the most gold is going to be having the biggest responsibility to answer back in the damage, because he is the only one that actually scales massively compared to KT.
Yeah, and thus far, KT.RY wants to put this pressure on top side of the map. Due to the fact that Baron will come out pretty soon. Infernal Drake will come out soon as well. With NAOS pushing that downside, they need value someplace else. They need to go for the push into the opposite lane.
Oh, Luna, stop shopping. Will be forced to use the flash just because of that. And Mitsura at least exhausted. Luna will be able to almost take him down, but Calm on the other side will be killed off. And KT happy with that. Finally, they do secure another kill this time around. Daw is going to be joining the fight as Fate will find his fate. Will be taken off. Slammed with the sword by Daw. And man, this Aatrox is starting to be scary.
Yeah, Darkened Blade has slashed through the armors of Fate there in top side of the map. The Ignite to add burn to the damage. Right now though, Margot, the front lines.
Zero as well, trying to disengage, will be flashing away as well. Call of the Forge God will find him though, as Daw is able to please dash out. NAOS Esports answering still, but lacking also still.
Now Infernal Drake, now up. NAOS could start up this fight though. Rattel hoping to retreat back, but Fate comes in at the right time.
Will be taken off here a little bit late on the response. Actually, KT went towards the top side as well, just to maybe get a tower as well to trade off this Infernal Dragon. NAOS Esports gonna be happy with this trade though. This is a good way for them to continue scaling up, especially with their stats. Damage is gonna be much higher now for the Corki and the Jhin.
Yeah, Corki and the Jhin was able to scale, was able to stack up a couple of items in. And KT.RY having a little bit of a difficulty into matching it up, but thus far it's still even level playing field. Both these teams has 38k gold. The difference when it comes to these advantages is very minute.
Which again just reflects great discipline from both sides. They don't want to give any sort of gold leverage towards their opponent, of course, but the way they're doing that as well is very good. But KT, again, we saw and talked about the better scaling composition that they possess over NAOS Esports, puts NAOS again still in the bigger pressure. Luna later on is going to be able to deal that massive damage. Trinity Force already completed alongside with that Bloodthirster. The Aatrox of Daw is starting to be scary as well as the minute goes by. We talked about the 15-minute mark a while ago as well, and KT is very close towards that already.
Yeah, and so far, the storyline that will happen here by KT.RY and NAOS will be a one team fight that will dictate the whole game.
Yeah. It's
that
one decisive team fight.
Yeah, that will be pretty much the storyline of this game that we've had on our hands.
We saw so many small fights already as well. Some kinda big of a team fight. Not yet the biggest of them all. That will come possibly for a Baron fight, an Elder Dragon fight, potentially Fate going in, missing taunt towards Zero as well. But as Esports still continuing onto the push here into the mid lane, we see a rotation of Lunat in the top side as Calm is split pushing in the bottom lane. Just a ceasefire on both sides as they continue to scale. Now Esports not finding though the proper entries is again an indicator that KT is just placing themselves in a safer spot all the time.
Yeah, it will be interesting from what we're seeing at the moment. Thus far, KT.RY still doing a lot of patience, doing a lot of discipline coming from this game. They do not want to overextend. They do not want to hold back their punches, right? And that will be something that could lead them to success, but also a deficit.
Yeah, Call to Forge God, still committed. A bit of an overkill there towards Zero, but it's time. Lightning Crash going to be invested. Mega Inferno Bomb as well as Acrobat is trying to answer back.
Critical.
But Luna suppressed for so long. The knock's going to be there. At least a trade is going to be given there by KT.RY as Doe is looking for a fight. Flashes and secures the kill onto the core. Mirmo is trying to escape, but the sword damage from the Dark Blade is just too much. 2 kills already. Make that 3 as he slams the ground towards Ornn. And this is why you have to ban away the Aatrox towards Daw. He's just too good on this. Calm, trying to remain calm, but it's not allowed at all with a flash in by Acrobat and Rattel finishing him up.
Wow.
This time the Baron's going to be on the table for KT.
Daw's just unstoppable. At this point, there is no one that can beat him down. That 3v1 in top side of the map did not even scratch him one bit.
Not one bit at all, but oh, that was so close. 1 HP on both of them.
Yeah, it was so good. Now looking back at the replay, right? Zero was just holding back, like waiting patiently, but unknowingly with no information on top side river, NAOS just went with a 4-man gank in top side of the map. But this was a little bit more of an overextension. There was no wave crashing towards KT.RY's side, so NAOS Esports was in a little bit of a disadvantage there to commit into going in for that engage, and Daw was able to come through at the right moment, the right time, in top side of the map and just clean up.
It's Aatrox things, man.
Yeah, just
Aatrox things. Daw's not gonna be scared at all going in this time. He had so much gold a while ago, and Margot cancelled isolated from the rest of the team. Now it's Esports, they're on the brink of destruction right now as KT is knocking onto the base, trying to unlock this inhibitor tower into the bottom lane. They managed to get the tower into the mid lane as well, at least on that tier 2. As now they engage onto Calm, pinning him down, gets the inhibitor into the mid lane as well. As now Esports trying desperately to clear out the waves, but the Baron is just making it almost impossible. Stand United as a last stand, but now Esports is now literally on their last stand as KT is now match point.
Yeah, that was amazing. That was fantastic overall. For the side of KT.RY, the performance, Daw just led the charge, and there is no contest that Daw was an absolute beast coming in from that game 4.
Absolute monster of a performance by KT. And for Daw, especially on that Aatrox. He was a god almost on the Aatrox. And was untouched, unprecedented, just going through, doing what he actually just wants to do. Especially after he unlocked his items. After that 3 kills in the top lane was basically unstoppable already.
Yeah, and with that win for KT.RY, they're currently on match point. 1 game away to take the series down up against NAOS Esports and bring down one of the best teams in APAC Conference into the lower bracket.
And they're just so confident with this right now, coming towards the series. Match point already, 3-1, one game away from giving again another defeat towards NAOS Esports, just like last time that they have met. And if NAOS Esports is not going to be able to patch their mistakes, not going to be able to adjust accordingly from the draft to the execution, denying the timings of KT, and it's just going to be a repeat of history once more. We saw them just waiting for an opportunity. Infinity, you talked about the one fight that will just be the decider of them all, and KT found that in top lane basically.
Yeah, one fight, change it all, end the game. That was pretty much the storyline, right? And it was just fantastic coming for the side of KT.RY. They were able to utilize their vantage points going in from that game. And once again, from what we have emphasized, right, Acrobat need not to overextend. He has the possibility of going back and forth, going in for those damage in long distance, and that is what he did.
And now Esports, what they want to do is just finally close out this series 6-0-4. Though untouched, basically untarnished, and not pressured at all in this game. Might need to be denied the next game, but there's so many more champions that NAOS Esports has to ban. Maybe Fate has to steal this champion away next game.
We'll see, or could ban it away, could steal it away. It doesn't matter at this point. Daw has to be respected with this Aatrox. It is just a very, very annoying champion to deal with.
Yeah, and this is everything on the line now for NAOS Esports. Let's see if this is going to be the series decider or a start of a comeback by NAOS Esports after the short break. Welcome to the top 5 highlights of the final week of Wild Rift League Asia group stages. While the situation in the APAC region seemed to be set, Cerberus Esports surprisingly defeated Trace Esports to finish in the top 2. In China, the top 8 teams that advanced only became certain when the final match ended. A group stage that brought a lot of new things compared to the previous Wild Rift League Asia season. Now let's dive to the top 5 highlights of week number 8. Starting with number 5. Trace Esports is still flying very high on the wings of Weiba, especially because of 7's performance. Facing Thunder Talk in the second game at 18 minutes into the game, Weiba transformed into a dragon and flew into the Baron Pit to steal victory for Trace Esports.
Shield of the Rand! It's perfect! But Trace Esports steals the Baron! This will be Weiba's time to shine, and they took it away from Thunder Talk to end the game. And now the Hextech ultimatum denied by their post. With Hero's entrance as well, zoning away, Tracy Esports flip into the backside. Korn has to use up the stasis, but going into the middle of it all, it's Z who gets deleted. The Baron Nashor with Tracy.
Number 4. Now this highlight, it's a combined effort of CF17 and Soldier. They had a stunning collaboration to steal the Elder Dragon against KT.RY Gaming members at the 19th minute into the game of their second match.
Soldier, he might be able to go for the steal. Here's the F17, he's already inside. They got the kill on SCY, they got the steal in the end. J-Team is going to be running away with this. They got one on ZY, they have the Elder Drake on their side. They might be able to get the kill on KG. Xiaoma running away. 2 members are still alive on the side of ABG. They got the 2 shots per watch. And that was it. Elder Drake has been taken.
Number 3. Yitze also made it to the top of the highlights of week number 8 with a great 1 versus 2 tower defense. At the beginning of the game, he became a target from once, but through his quick thinking, Yitze turned the hunter into a prey by taking both of the kills.
Oh yeah, because once, as soon as he saw he was already in place, Yitze, he did. Oh god, he delayed that dive for so long, and then the turrets will keep him alive, just winning.
Number 2. The final 3-man turret freeze seemed easy, but SZY was too strong with his Renekton. With the power of the Crocodile and Ignite, SZY took 1 kill for himself and helped the team to secure 2 more kills.
Not really able to see anything, but on the other side, the same thing is happening, but on the other side, SZY, he actually manages to get the kill, and another kill by Soldier onto Chaz, and now that he's trapped behind enemy lines. 3 kills, 4 kills across the board for JT.
And number 1. The top 1 position for the final week of the group stages belongs to the ADC of Thunder Talk, Soil. Right at the first minute of the second game when they met Nova Esports, Soil had a calm handling to turn a 3 versus 2 gank into a Nova Esports disaster to take a triple kill.
Good dredge line, layer of CC, and they know that Chenchi got no flash, but still.
Wait! Ooh!
With the damage, they still got to sustain, but here comes more. Looking for a target once again, uses the flash, a flash to flash, and a coast to coast of a kill.
Barrier.
Hitting.
Oh! Fruits!
And he's going.
There you go!
And a double kill. As everyone.
Which one did you love the most? Let us know in the comment section and keep supporting teams giving their all here in this tournament. My name is Giang. See you again on the next video.
Feel the thorns embrace. Death is in bloom.
It is possibly the decider match, potentially the last match we are ever gonna be watching between KT and NAOS Esports. Let's see what's gonna be the adjustment this time around by NAOS Esports to try and come back here in this series.
But don't call it. Don't call it. We still have a couple of games, hopefully, for the side of NAOS fans out there.
I'm sorry.
But
yeah, I'm sorry.
As you mentioned, we're already on match point. So, you know what? I'm thinking what you're thinking. There's still that possibility of this being that final game that we have of this series. And thus far, exactly the same bans that we've had in Game 1 and Game 2.
Whew. I want to keep a positive mindset. You're right, Infinity.
Positive mindset.
As long as we don't see a number 4 on a team, the series is not over. But as long as this champion is open and KT is on blue side, Rattel will keep on first picking the Camille.
Yeah, it definitely is. But right now, Camille, as always, has been locked in by Rattel time and time again. Now, for the side of NAOS Esports, they're changing things up. They lock in onto a Corki as a priority, give a comfortable champion on Bitsura, and then followed up by Nautilus.
It'll be the sponsor of KT. Well, we can already kind of assume that maybe Daw is going to be picking up again the Aatrox in this first rotation pick. He is, or maybe on the second one rather, because they have picked up the Zeri and the Gragas a while ago, especially that Zero really loves the Gragas. But now Esports on the second pick phase maybe should be taking the Aatrox away from Daw, but it's just so complicated, right? This approach against KT is much more complex than it is on the surface. They have so many of their champions that they basically has mastered already, that they confidently know that they can use against NAOS Esports, that it's just so difficult to choose which of them should be taken out.
Yeah, it definitely is very difficult to know and to decide what type of champions are we going to lock in, especially right now, right? Now, Esports, they know Calm is very formidable with a Riven, but they're changing things up. They're locking onto the Jax.
Yeah, early pick on the Nautilus as well, right? Because a while ago, it was banned away by KT on the second rotation. Jax is a great champion to finally be picked up here by NAOS Esports. A good adjustment by Calm, honestly, because this will allow them to have better late game scaling. Two champions with great scaling can allow NAOS Esports to fight KT on an extended game, because most of the time the only game so far that NAOS Esports was able to win was game number 2, right? And it took them so many of the fights that they should win in the early game. But every single time that the game is drawn out towards the late game, KT always wins.
Yeah, it is. So we'll see, because right now it will be really exciting to watch, and very, very unfortunate if ever it goes down to the final game, because once again, for the viewers watching at home, it will be the match point game for KT.RY. One game away to take the series down for them.
Yeah, and everyone that is loving this series right now definitely wants this to reach towards game number 7, of course, because it's still pretty early. We are just 2 hours into the broadcast and want it even more. It's gonna be talling for sure for these players and these teams, because transitioning from best of 3 series to a best of 7 definitely has a lot more impact towards the performance of players. But rest assured, all of these players are also are used to already to best of 7s, but we cannot deny the toll that it does take on how you think, how you react, how you feel as well. Hopefully that's not gonna be the case on either team as we transition towards these games.
It definitely is, but Ezreal will be locked in by now as they want a little bit more of that safety coming into the bottom lane. And now KT.RY, what champion are you going to be locking in into the bottom side of the map? There are still options available for them, right? But there is a lot of champions removed. Varus, Ziggs, Lucian. Now Orianna coming into KT.RY is something brand new.
Yeah, this is massive team fighting potential. Wombo combo is definitely possible for KT at this point, regardless of the champion that they will pick. But of course, yeah, we kind of call it quite early already. Aatrox is just going to be protected and will be a pinnacle champion yet again for Doe, especially with the Orianna in the mix with the Ornn as well. Man, this is the reason why Zero picked the Ornn instead of the Gragas. And now, Margot picking the Gragas indicates that this Nautilus is just going to be going towards jungle once more to have that innate burst. In Season 1, we have seen the Nautilus as a good matchup towards an Aatrox, not only because of the suppression, but because of the burst as well. But there's so much protection right now revolving around the Aatrox that it might be still a challenge for NAOS.
It definitely could be. Right now, NAOS has a very traditional lineup that they've had. But from what we've mentioned a while ago, the reason why NAOS doesn't want Gragas, now they're going to pick it up. And I think there's still a reason behind that to why it can work and why it is so, right? Because from what we have seen in game number 3 and game number 4 is that KT.RY, they go all in when it comes to those team fights, and they look for loopholes to be able to pounce onto NAOS Esports. And this time around, having the Gragas towards the side of NAOS in this draft, in this game, gives them the opportunity as well to be able to fight back and push them back if ever it needs be.
Let's see if the push is gonna be worth it, if the push is gonna be enough. Coming in from NAOS Esports, is everything online. KT is on match point already, and they want this dominating series. They want to finally end it and give a repeat of history against NAOS Esports. Daw on the Aatrox, one of his best performing champions so far here in this series. Well deserving MVP in that game number 4 as well. Picked again. But NAOS Esports does have really good answers this game.
They definitely do, right? But it will be really scary now, looking at this draft as well by KT.RY, is because they have Aatrox coming into their draft. And that is one of the tunnel visions that I'm going to have for the side of KT.RY. The reason is that this will be their winning condition. This is going to be the dependency that KT.RY has. The reason why they picked up the double utility coming into the bottom lane, right? That will be a much easier time for the likes of the Orianna later on to really just deliver the shockwave coming into the middle of them all, and also having the Ornn as an extra utility coming into those team fights will definitely help Daw later on.
NAOS Esports having double poke can be very useful as well later on. Similar to how KT operated during game number 1, they had both the Corki and the Ezreal as well. And we saw the MVP performance of Luna. This time, at least it is going to be attempted to be replicated by Mitsuru as well. Scom as well is just having a better performance right now in the top lane, even just denying the sustain coming from Rattel as he tried to pick up that Honey Fruit. Ignite was invested with the tactical sweep connecting. He might need to go up and get his own Honey Fruit as well. He will do. Just go back to the lane.
Yeah, just go back into the lane. Thus far, you have Fate paying a visit into the bottom lane. You have Don Luna as well.
Yeah, Fate might be in a bad spot right now. Force to flash away. Margo is also taking just a bit of damage there. Mitsura a little bit late onto the fight, but it's okay. Just a short conflict there in the bottom lane.
Yeah, short conflict coming into the bottom lane, but no first bloods as of yet once again. But Rattel, so close to flash!
The timing is just perfect. Nearly gets the kill. Calm barely is able to escape this time in the bottom lane. That charge is going to be invested and Da is obliterated. Now Esports gets first blood.
Yeah, a tad bit too aggressive coming into the bottom lane. They already understood that now Esports wants the priority into the bottom side of the map. And also, with a 4-man roam just a while back, it's not something that you want to do.
This timing actually was just perfect because we saw the overextension there.
Yeah, and now you have the ultimate as well coming in from Fate, which just secured the fate of the.
Now Esports finding one kill, able to get that 1.3 thousand gold lead at least on the start. Especially that Calm barely lived. That was so close already. One auto attack, one tactical sweep. Unfortunately for Rattel, he is not in range for an auto attack and doesn't have the tactical sweep just yet. And now Fate gonna be on his way there. Was spotted by Do on the Oracle as well. And that will indicate them as well just cancelling it out since they saw Do as well. With Hextech Ultimatum, that's gonna pin down Calm for at least a while. Counter-Strike is just enough to dissuade them though. Now Esports will be safe.
Yeah, we'll be safe for now. And this will be once again a similar pattern, right? Now Esports wants to play a bit more patiently. They want Murmo and they want Mitsura to be able to scale quite a bit, right? And from what we have seen, Ezreal and Corki is not gonna have any damage coming into the start of the game because what they are going to build is Manamune first, expectedly, if they want to go for that late game. So they have to play a bit more time, wait for around 7 minutes, 8 minutes to be able to really just go all in onto those team fights.
It's a long time. KT might be the one to find opportunities later on, especially through the Camille. The cask is a little off and Margo says, oopsie. Nobody saw that. But KT unable to gank them as well into the bottom lane with Dove visiting. So that's also a dodge bullet by NAOS.
Yeah, it was a dodge bullet by NAOS. Before, we'll see if they can dodge those bullets up until the end of time, up until the end of this game, because thus far, KT.RY is still really just holding through. But 1k, 2k goal lead for the side of NAOS Esports is a good sign.
Yeah, this is, again, not only do they have early game advantage, but they have great scaling as well. So the pressure now is on KT to find ways to bounce back because they cannot rely anymore solely on just scaling.
Thus far, the Dragon now being prioritized by KT.RY. Calm is being a huge detriment though.
Calm, yeah, he is in trouble right now. Lightning Crash, Shockwave, both of them has been invested to just take him down. They have secured Shelly already though, and will be spawning up into the mid lane, trying to get a good catch onto Rattel. They haven't secured the Dragon just yet on KT, so this is, again, very reminiscent of game number 2, in which NAOS Esports can interfere, maybe secure this Mountain Dragon for themselves as well as they wait for Calm to just respawn.
Yeah, and pretty much Calm did his job already. Calm did his role. He doesn't need to stay alive. He doesn't need to commit onto those team fights. What he only needs is to buy time for the rest of his teammates to finish up the Rift Herald and to come to his rescue, to come into that objective and deny it away from KT.RY. And thus far, despite the numbers game advantage for KT.RY, they could still not pursue for the objective, given the fact that there are a lot of risk with Fate alive.
Yeah, I mean, he has received some gold as well from the first tower that NAOS Esports has secured into mid lane. So he is able to get better items compared to Rattel. We see Dodo lingering in the area, at least here in the top lane. If they spot him out, that will indicate NAOS Esports to finally start on the Dragon. But Swift Burst is capable here on KT.RY side. He's trying to stall with Counter-Strike. The Shockwave is going to be invested. Finally, he is down. NAOS Esports down for the count as well, starting the Dragon. The rest of KT.RY is trying to attack the tower.
Yeah, this is already to be expected. NAOS Esports has information already that DAW is going into top side of the map, wherein they were able to gank onto Calm. And that just gave a signal for KT.RY, or well, for NAOS Esports that, you know what? It's a free objective. Margo!
Whoa! Margo with the plays, with the setups. Quickly just putting Luna in harm's way and allowing them to get more plays here into the bottom lane. Potentially just the tower as well. Getting, again, the better trade.
Yeah, that was so good. Coming from Margo, just used up the body slam, and then the flash right after. It was a fantastic combo of skills and some of their spells. This is far looking at the replay. Just look at Margo. Margo was pretty much the star of this. Like, ooh, flash, and then body slam, then explosive cast, isolated onto Luna. It was good.
Yeah. And unfortunate for Luna, he wasn't able to dash away in time as well. He could have dodged that since the flash was used first. So there's not much a surprise factor that compared to the body slam flash. But again, that's just a minor mistake by Luna, by KT. That was actually punished heavily by NAOS Esports. That should not be repeated anymore by KT.
Yeah, we'll see, because right now NAOS going for the 3-man roam into the bottom side of the map. KT.RY also having 4 members is hovering onto the Dragon lane, but will not commit as there's just so much risk to it. Package now used up.
Yeah, so aggressively as well. Margo not really going with the isolated cast anymore. Bottom lane, depth charge gonna be used onto Luna, just dashing, skedaddles away. Basically, peace out by Luna, wanting to disengage completely. Margo though still has a cast, does use it. Flash gonna be invested by Luna just to be safe. As we see top lane being pushed by Rattel, which is a great answer. Consider actually trying to cancel that invade coming in from NAOS Esports. Wasn't able to. And it's just trying to delay their back so that Rattel can keep on pushing that tower.
Yeah, that was a good flash coming from Luna overall. But right now, Fate coming into the front lines.
And the depth charge will finishing him up as well. Acrobat tried to protect him but unable to, since it's still not really a lot of AP present on this Orianna.
Yeah, just remember that Fate is building Nautilus as an AP champion, not as a tanker. That is the reason why the depth charge deals so much damage. The drench line deals so much damage coming into these team fights, and it's just too good.
Very good. Extremely well built here by Fate to have that bursting capability, not only for the Ornn or the Orianna or the Zeri, but primarily actually for the Aatrox of Doe. That is gonna put pressure more towards Daw a lot more in engaging, because he is one of the only engagers here on the side of KT.RY of the 3. But if he is burstable, then so much hesitation is gonna be present on this jungler.
Yeah, so much hesitation right now though. Daw will get a blue buff, and just roaming around the left corner and jungle. Every single one of these teams are currently just waiting for the objectives to come up, which is Ice Drake and the Baron Nashor, before they start up a team fight. These two will be the catalyst for hell breaking loose in the rift.
Let's see what's gonna be the next move here. As Daw actually pops in the world, and their Hexic ultimatum onto Mirmo as well. The Core Forge God is trying to stop them as well to back away. A little bit late onto depth charge. Daw still fine. KT again just finding anything, wanting to get kills, and this time they're able to get one.
Yeah, they need not any catalyst because they are going to force the issue nevertheless. But regardless, 25 seconds remain before the Ice Drake comes up, and this will still buy KT.RY so much of a lead up against NAOS.
Calm as well. Gonna be hunted down. Luna jumping over the wall, wanting to pressure him, forcing to go back into the base. NAOS Esports again. They have the first dragon. They were able to get double objectives a while ago, especially with their great decision making and great stalling coming in from Calm. But this time, top lane is going to be completely cleaned out. All outer turrets destroyed. And KT can now start investing on the bottom side.
Yeah, now Ice Drake though being started by Fate. Do has info. They have the smite. This could be possible engage as well, a possible contest, but with depth charge out will be the objective secured for the side of NAOS.
Double CC as well. Calm is just gonna remain calm as his name stands through. Especially that it's just the Camille and the Ornn is not overextending at all. Fate though is overextended and will be pinned down to the ground. Package gonna be used a little bit late. Daw is going on the other side as Calm is meeting him, but will regret facing him as well. Gets slammed with the Darkened Blade, and Daw is happy meeting, setting his eyes on him as well. Will now be the start of the push into mid lane. Rattel actually has a great flag as well. Tactical sweep gonna be used, but unable to connect here onto Mirmo. But they're happy with the tower.
What have we mentioned? Dawn, the Aatrox once again will be the carry for KT.RY, and that is why they could just go in with the double utility into the bottom lane, because this ball delivery system coming from Orianna with Acrobat, it is just going to be Dawn who will be the center of it and just deal that sustainability, extra damage onto the enemies on top of Dawn. It was just too good, and Dawn with the World Ender is just unstoppable.
Yeah, so much sustain, and also many things was already invested by NAOS Esports, particularly by Fate, and it got taken away too early as well. That allowed KT to negate one of the biggest crowd control dealers of NAOS Esports. And since this is again an AP Nautilus, there is a pro towards it, and that's the damage, but the con is big as well to counter any sort of survivability on this champion. He doesn't have any. If he is in a very bad position, he will get bursted out.
Yeah, and Calm has understood, like, coming into these micro plays there, that someone was there into the bottom lane, given the fact that the Hull Breaker buff was seen onto those minions. So a little bit more towards that patience game is being played coming into the bottom side of the map. Coming into the Baron though, KT.RY really just want to push and force out the issue, because it can turn things around. They could turn around and battle NAOS in hand-to-hand combat in a brawl for this objective.
And they're just trying to bait NAOS Esports, but they're not taking the bait just yet.
Calm
Though is in a bad spot, is trying to just time in the counter-strike. Almost got a kill, and the outplay by Rattel! Man, flash into the dash in as well. And they got the upper hand now. Numbers advantage by KT.RY. They are starting to get Baron Nashor already, but Dawn is in a bad spot. Will get pinned down to the ground. Now Esports found their opportunity. Marco though is in a bad spot. Cost gonna be used, but he's still gonna get killed as Mitsura joining the scene, but gets obliterated as well. Every single frontline is now the lead, and Mitsura trying to fight back, but trying to get into the outplay as Mirmo is also tanking so much. Is able to dash in the damage. Mitsura though will be dashing away. KT unable to find the trade better for their side, and now Esports gets away.
Rattel still looking for the chase, but will not be able to do so. That was an amazing back and forth from both these teams. Now we're looking at the replay. Daw is going on to the Baron alone, and that was one of the big unfortunate things, because the thing is, remember, once again, it is an AP champion that the Nautilus is building towards, so one depth charge could really just vanish your whole health bar. And that is what Daw has to face up against, along with Mirmo and Mitsura. And once again, from what we have emphasized coming into game number 2 is that Ezreal and Corki innately has mobility, so they could self-peel any time of day onto those team fights.
And it's so important as well that NAOS Esports had vision, not only in the Baron pit, but also on the brush near the red side jungle of Fate, because that actually allowed them to see Daw early on and make the move prior to him starting the Baron, and had a better position towards the fight as well, able to circle him down, know his exit path, and prevent him from exiting as well. Now the gold lead is pretty much negligible, but NAOS Esports having 2 dragon stacks is so important right now. They want to secure the 3rd one. KT.RY is doing a really good job at least blocking the path. Again, they don't really have that much front line. It's only Margo at most, but he's being poked out as well, especially by Luna and Acrobat. Doing a really good job though, dodging some of those skill shots. Now they have eyes. They have vision already on this bot side river. They are trying to time. They're engaged towards Daw. It's gonna be more difficult than that.
Very difficult right now though. NAOS has access onto the Infernal. Drake, KT rolls their Y a bit apart, but they could pencil out now. Esports.
Yeah, Ratel. Mirror Mode gonna be helping out. Margo isolating one. Acrobat gonna be in a bad spot. Shockwave finds no one! And it gets found instead! And now Esports now with the numbers advantage. Daw, or actually Calm rather, is trying to chase Luna, forced out the lightning crash. Great knock coming in. Daw entering the scene, trying to get the steal here onto the Dragon, but will be denied! As now Esports gets the soul now. Luna as well, trying desperately to escape, will be able to. But the soul secured. Baron has been set eyes by NAOS Esports, and they want to take it as well.
That was so good. And right now, the Baron Nashor, if NAOS takes this, the Baron Nashor, and this will be the win condition. Daw has to go in for the contest.
He has to, but is being denied. The Ord is slain, and NAOS Esports continues on the take on the Baron Nashor. Daw, though, still in the vicinity. Will he actually try to interfere? It's just so difficult to do that right now. Mitsuru as well, just having his eyes set on him as well, preventing anything to be done by KT.
Yeah. And right now, Baron secured by NAOS Esports. KT rolls their Y is on a big back foot here. Coming into this game, and now the one thing that could change things up is the Elder Drake coming up at 20 seconds. But still remember, Baron is up for the side of NAOS, so that's a lot more stats up compared to from their fight before. They have the soul as well, so it's a much harder team to beat down coming towards this objective.
Now Esports does have pushing advantage though. They can just set the waves, make sure that they have the leverage in the waves position as well. They have the waves crashing into the top lane, mid lane, and bottom lane being amplified by Calm. They have now great access towards the Elder Dragon. This is going to be more complicated for KT.RY to answer than it is if NAOS Esports doesn't have the Baron. But what makes this more interesting though is that Daw was seen on a ward, and Mitsuru right now is starting to chase, close the distance, set his eyes on this Aatrox, spotted by another ward, and that allows NAOS Esports just continue on their move, on their assault towards him. He doesn't have any teleport. He gets spotted out. World Ender gonna be used, but Margo is just stopping him, immediately getting the burst onto the Aatrox. But on the bottom side, Calm is being attempted to be traded out, but it's stalling so long.
And right now, Elder Drake still up, but very risky here, as now Esports now going in for the push instead of taking that objective. They understand that they still have the Baron, so they could utilize this, get a lot more gold, get a lot of pressure coming into mid lane, top lane.
They understand the assignment, and the assignment is, the objective is push the inhibitor towers. They have taken one already on their check mark. Luna! So close already, just with a true shot barrage, and some of the pokes coming in from Mitsuru. They're able to zone everyone out and take both inhibitor towers.
Take 2 inhibitor turrets already now, so Esports could now just go in for the reset. The thing is, they have huge gold injections from those 2 turrets they were able to take down, and in addition, they can now go in for the Elder Drake, prepare for the objective, because if KT.RY does not guess this and now takes it down for themselves, this game is over, and we're going into game number 6.
And that's what NAOS Esports wants. What's the fans of NAOS Esports wants. They want this game to extend. They want this to reach a game number 7. KT.RY can still change this, prevent this, deny this game 6, or at least the series extension if they get the Elder Dragon. NAOS Esports gonna be starting it already. Daw has again the biggest of responsibility. He has been in this situation many times already, especially in the regular season. Packages time has been used early and expired, and KT is playing for time as well. Daw is in the area, just over the pit of this Elder Dragon. Call of the Forge God gonna be used already by Zero, catching them off guard a little bit, but that's a key ultimate already unavailable for KT.
Yeah, and they had to send someone coming in to defend on top side of the map here. Elder Drake already been reset, so there's still a lot of time for Tel to be able to make it back.
This is the complicated part. Someone has to defend, someone has to answer the waves in the top lane. NAOS Esports recognize that. That's why they're playing for time. That's why they're waiting for Ratel to rotate towards the top side so that they can start the Elder Dragon. Margo is trying to bait out the engages.
HP.
And they actually commit onto this. Daw lingering, wanting, casting the World Ender will not find the steal as NAOS Esports gets it instead. Immature is running wild. They're gonna be obliterated in an instant as Rotel is gonna be next as well. And NAOS Esports, they have been deprived from long timers already. They've been deprived of the victory for 2 consecutive games, but now as they march on to this lane, they will bash through their skulls, they will bash through their expectations, and will continue to extend the series as they can and keep the game alive.
What a fantastic matchup that NAOS Esports has done there, coming in from the brinks of defeat with match point only left for the side of KT.RY, now bringing it to game number 6. It was a really, really good thing. From the Dragon Soul to the Baron Nashor to the Elder Drake, objectives is the name of the game, and now to succeed.
What I really loved about this adjustment by NAOS Esports is that they invested more towards a late game scaling champions. That's the primary weakness that they had. You mentioned it a while ago, Infinity. They had a timer in majority of the games prior to this one, but in this 5th game, they had the comfort of having late game scaling. Calm died a lot of times, but with purpose as well, because he was split pushing, he was pressuring so much on the side lanes that allowed them to get a better end when he dies, because he dies a couple of times, but they get so much turrets, they get so much team fight pressure. Instead, they got all the dragons as well, including the Elder Dragon that last fight, and it also allowed them to secure the Baron in one of those instances. And that's how much better it is in that situation for NAOS Esports in this game.
Yeah, and the thing is, NAOS understood the assignment, right? The DAW is their winning condition. DAW is the winning condition for KT.RY. So we could just punish DAW consistently, not give him any opportunities to be able to take those kills, not give him any opportunities to also farm jungle. Yes, Luna dealt so much damage, 25k damage overall, but look at DAW, left alone, standing in the midst of defeat here up against NAOS Esports. And I think with that said, NAOS just played really, really well, objective-wise, and denying DAW away from KT.RY.
Yeah. The biggest indicator that this strat worked for NAOS Esports is that DAW and Fate's damage are relatively the same. They prevented DAW from being able to impact as he wanted to in the entire game. We did not see the same performance that he had in game number 4 in this game, and that's what makes all of the difference here for NAOS Esports.
Yeah, it was really good. And that was just NAOS Esports taking another win, taking another game for themselves, with Fate once again getting the MVP.
Yeah, everyone's fate right now on NAOS Esports is up after this win. The dream is still alive, the series is still on, and KT has to do a lot more if they want to take down NAOS Esports. Let's see what's going to be the adjustment again. What's going to happen for game number 6. After this short break, of course, Infinity and I will be back after this one.
Feel the thorns embrace. Death is in bloom. None will escape my grasp.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking like the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first one.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Game number 6, everybody. We're one step closer to a potential game number 7 if NAOS Esports can continue to win in this game. KT.RY doesn't want that to happen. They want to finally end this series once and for all to give them the same experience as they did experience the last time that they have met. Many adjustments has to be made, especially that KT.RY right now is struggling with the counters approach coming from NAOS Esports.
Yeah, it's very, very good right now. Jumping into the 6th game that we have for this series, NAOS Esports will now go into the blue side selection. KT.RY, currently their winning side is the red side selection, so this will be something of an expectations that we've had. You know, with KT.RY plays and drafts better going into the red side selection. We'll see if something will change today.
Possibly still the Gwen, Evelyn, Camille ban on the side of NAOS Esports. Yeah. Potentially a bit of respect towards well. the double poke as well of KT. That's the leverage that you have when you're on blue side. KT this time will be the one to ban the heck out of him, of course, as that is still the highest ban, plus the Vi of Faith. But we have seen in game number 3 that Rattel did immediately lock in the Jax. NAOS Esports, what are they to respond in this one? Because maybe picking up the Camille would be better. Yeah, they ban away the Corki, and later on the Ezreal will be banned away. So this time they can actually pressure for a first pick Camille.
Could be, right? It's NAOS Esports that could go for that route. A while ago, when NAOS Esports went into the red side selection, they picked up the Lucian as a priority pick. They banned away the Corki, so that's not going to be an option. And right now, Lucian, we see it once again. NAOS going to prioritize this specific champion once more in the first pick.
Which makes a lot of sense as well, because since both Jax and the Camille is available, even if Rattel picks the Camille, can still pick up this Jax for himself and still will be able to fight against Rattel, which was what happened in game number 5 a while ago. There's so much more avenues for NAOS Esports. Zero gonna go back into the Gragas still, since they saw that Margot is just really scary to get his hands on the Gragas as well. This can force him to be picking up the Ornn instead, but you know, Margot He has a lot of champions under his name that he can just utilize perfectly for NAOS Esports. Talked about the Jax, and looks like it's going to be locked in as well.
Yeah, locked in. Have KT.RY. This is very traditional for what they're doing. You have Camille, then Greg is going to be locked in onto the red side selection, rather. So we'll see what their last pick would be, because from the past, from what we've seen, it is going to be the likes of an ADC. What we're seeing once again, Ezreal could be locked in as sort of a match up against Lucian. For the side of NAOS though, they lock in onto Jax, they lock in onto Nautilus, which gives them a huge prowess in the front lines.
This is very important for KT.RY. Since we see a Shen, we see a Gragas, we see Ezreal, they might be opting for scaling, might be opting for more protection as well. We saw in Game 3 that Daw did pick up the Shen. It's still available. Now Esports can deny it though, as they ban away the Ziggs as well. Some of those global threats, and also just those champions that can continue to interfere in a team fight is going to be denied by NAOS Esports, which is good.
Yeah, it is. Right now, Zoe as well into the bans for the side of KT.RY. And now NAOS could opt to go for the jungle role this time around. They could ban away the likes of Kha'Zix, which has been played by Daw in the past, or even Aatrox, but instead banning away the Shen away from KT.RY.
This is just perfect, because they really struggled in that Game 3 just because of that Stand United helping out on, well, the Jax of Ratel earlier. This time, ooh, Fiora being hovered. This can actually work. If you want to have sustain, if you're going to be able to proc the Grand Challenge, then you're going to help out your team survive a little bit longer for those extended team fights. And now Esports, since they don't really have that much burst aside from the Nautilus, it makes a lot of sense. And now they're switching, hovering over the Kha'Zix, saying that this is no longer going to be a Nautilus jungle. It is going to be the support for Margot.
It will be the support coming in. And then right now, Kha'Zix will be towards the side of Fate. They're locking onto Sivir, hovering onto Sivir rather. But the thing about Sivir is that you want it to be a full-fledged teamfight composition. Now that they went in onto the likes of Kha'Zix, it's not going to be something that would give them so much more of a benefit. So I'm liking the Zeri much more for the side of NAOS.
Yeah, it is more impactful as well in terms of kiting ability, range, scaling as well. There's so much more room, space here for NAOS Esports on team fights with this champion, but it is going to be mitigated a little bit, especially with this last pick from KT.RY. Varus, again, we saw Acrobat a while ago in that same game too, being able to deny so many of those engaged by NAOS Esports with one press on the screen, with a chain of corruption just forcing them to scatter away and dismissing all of those engages.
Yeah, we'll see what could happen here, because KT.RY only needs one more win to take away the series. Well, now Esports needs 2 more games to be able to take it home and move into the upper bracket. And thus far, it's going to be hell of a lot of pressure coming into this matchup between 2 of these teams.
This is going to be very risky still. This time, there's not really a whole lot of magic damage on the side of KT.RY. That can be a weak spot that NAOS Esports can exploit. Because the Zeri, well, possibly will be building AD still, but they do have quite a bit of magic damage source, especially from almost all of their champions, and that is going to be very helpful for NAOS Esports on teamfight, at least confusing KT.RY on what their build path should be.
Yeah, look at Faventure is there as well. 2 of these people from NAOS and KT.RY was able to meet out into the mid lane. Thus far, I'll just give them both information of where these teams are currently at.
Yeah, both teams just saying hi to each other as well. KT saying that they are very comfortable in this game, since they are still the team that is match point already in the series. NAOS Esports shows them that they're not scared at all, especially after their amazing performance in the last game. They're looking forward to having a better one in this one. Acrobat actually was saved by Zero, investing both the flash into that body slam just to interfere.
Yeah, there was a lot of flashes burned. Summoner spell burns from both sides. Even for the side of NAOS Esports, I believe it was Margot and Mermo who used up the flash to be able to go in for the engage. Zero
this time doesn't have the flash, transferring their will towards Acrobat as well. Mirmo just keeping his distance, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Wait for Margot to pin him down once more. Zero interfering, perfectly timed to just deny that first blood.
Yeah, it's a really good initiation coming for the side of NAOS Esports, because the thing is, they understand that Lucian, when it comes to their game, has superiority over the likes of Varus. And even then, you have a Nautilus on top of that. The wave was crashing towards NAOS Esports, so KT.RY was pretty much on the back foot in the latter stages so they could force out the engage.
So close into the mid lane, forcing out a flash for Mitsuda just to be all clear on all of those kill threat that Luna had into the mid lane. And this Ezreal pick into the mid lane is proving to be a great matchup against this Lucian of Mitsura. Top side, well, Rattel on the Fiora is as strong and scary as his other champions. They're so far handling Calm so well in the laning phase.
Yeah, working very well. And so far, it will be these teams. Just has to wait a little bit more patiently as well. But did Fate actually steal that?
Did he?
Oh, they're not
actually
able
thought
to
he
do
did.
Yeah, I was like,
it was close. Whoa. It was NT. This time Mitsura again just receiving a lot of a beatdown there coming from Luna. The pokes are real and you have to respect those mystic shots.
Yeah, and this is a huge problem, because the thing is, the reason why Ezra is such a strong powerhouse coming into the early game is just because of the pokes that he has, and also the Arcane Shift that can jump in and out of those fights. And Zeri is just nothing when it comes to the early game. Acrobat.
That timing is perfect for KT rather, as Daw is just gonna be there. Chain of Corruption available too, and they get both of the kills of the Dragon Laners of NAOS Esports.
Yeah, that was a little bit too swift, a little bit too quick. KT.RY just backed themselves a double kill immediately coming into the early game. Just looking at that replay, it was a very good follow through wherein the Drench Line connected onto Acrobat, body slam fell through for Zero, and then Daw followed up by the Hextech Ultimatum. A good CC chain overall by KT.RY.
Yeah, and it was just the timing as well, just perfect for KT. I believe NAOS Esports had vision, but it was already too late. The moment they saw the Camille, they already invested the Dredge Line, and the cast was already set in play. NAOS Esports had no way to escape already. 2,000 gold lead by KT.RY at the start, prior to the Rift Herald being available. It's just massive for the start of this game for KT.
Yeah, it is. Will definitely be such a huge headache as well for NAOS Esports, given the fact that they are being pressured by KT.RY coming into these early games with a lot of these ganks, with a lot of these plays. And look at Zero, look at Luna. Very, very sustaining coming into the side of the map, along with Daw having full-on shadowing into the bottom side.
Whoa! That's too much investment. Acrobat still remains alive, and the Chain of Corruption again. Just so irritating to deal with for NAOS Esports. KT.RY responding as well into the mid lane, just making sure that there's no re-engage gonna happen from NAOS Esports.
Yeah. And KT.RY right now is on a precipice to really just push it, especially coming into the first objectives. With Daw having 2 kills successively in the early game, a lot of these gold injections is really massive for KT.RY to be able to utilize. And we also have to consider, right, that KT.RY has a lot of crowd control built into their composition, with the likes of Gragas, with the like of Varus, as more towards the utility playstyle for the side of RY that they could capitalize onto these objectives.
Yeah, KT is the one ahead. The cast is gonna be there, and the isolation is just so pure from KT, immediately just deleting Fate. And now Shelly is gonna be taken here by Rattel. thank you for the leash, says KT. Mirmo desperately trying to escape, and Shelly immediately just on time for work to be done in the top lane. The 2,000 gold lead suddenly became 5,000 as Mitsura as well just gonna be deleted into the mid lane, Mirmo rather. And this mid lane tower as well is gonna be prone for another push.
Like, how can you even escape that? Hextech ultimatum, and then you have Acrobat as well, dealing a lot of damage with the piercing arrows from the front end. It was just too much damage. Fate? Marco!
Oh, the jump! This time they get the kill. Finally, it worked into the mid lane.
Yeah, it was too swift as well coming from Fate. Margo used up the flash and then the Drench Knight to follow through. It was really, really good.
Oh, sneaky. Nobody's here, says Calm. Just patiently waiting. Unfortunately, he did not engage actually.
You have to wait for Fate.
He has to wait for him. Zero gonna be helping him out. Marco as well, just in the vicinity. The flash gonna be there. Body slam as he disengaged too, but it's not gonna be enough this time around. Depth charge into the Dredge Slide, into Mitsura, joining them as well. And that's 2 kills picked up by NAOS Esports.
Yeah, 2 kills picked up. It was really good coming down into that because NAOS Esports needed those kills, but unfortunately, KT.RY will get a turret coming into the mid lane and top side of the map, which was the cost of that gank by NAOS.
And Fate as well is receiving a big bill on the table as Daw just killed him off. And that's just amazing, responses coming from KT.RY in general for this game. And regardless of the kills that NAOS Esports has secured, either way, KT is the one ahead. They got 2 towers already, got an answer into the bottom lane, and now it's looking for a push in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, and right now we're looking back at the replay on what Calm did there. Pretty much Calm was alone into the bottom side of the map waiting on the brush, so they have to wait for Fate. Like, Fate was already coming down into the bot side of the map, which was fantastic patience there coming in from Calm.
Was so close as well. Had Mitsura or Mirmo not being there, rather Mitsura not helping out, it could have been at least 1 trade by Zero because the tower was dealing so much damage. Now topside Rattel, great use of the repose, just denying some of the damage. Dog gonna be joining him as well. Envy used by Fate just to disengage. Calm is taking a bit of damage there. The rest of NAOS Esports now finally deciding to re-engage with Mitsura, just using the lightning crash. Rattel as well is gonna be flashing away, but Daw is gonna be left out alone to be picked off by NAOS Esports.
But look at the bottom side of the map. This is KT.RY who's playing the macro game. They want the tier 2 turret, so get all the kills that you want. KT.RY is playing for the turrets, is playing for the map control, is playing for the objectives.
And they got 2 towers in the bottom lane. Much better than the kill that NAOS Esports has secured in the top lane. It's just perfect macro by KT.
Yeah, it was really, really good coming to the side of NAOS Esports. Rattel now being pinned down.
But it's okay. I mean, he's trying to secure the kill. Would have been better to secure a 1-for-1, but regardless, just already a great securement of gold for KT.RY and just in preparation for this upcoming objective. NAOS Esports not really trailing too much behind. They have great investment for late game scaling regardless of what the situation is. And 2,700 is not really that much of a bad deal for NAOS.
Definitely not a bad deal there. Those far KT.RY sustaining their advantage. 3k gold lead by RY still coming down at 9 minutes into the matchup, but this will be a huge headache for NAOS Esports because given the fact that there's no tier 1 turret already coming into the mid lane, there's already no more tier 2, tier 1 turrets into the bottom as well for them. RY has complete advantage over the Dragon's Pit into these objectives, so NAOS has to play their cards right.
Oh, and the cards are devastating for NAOS Esports. A perfect timing by KT to spot Fate down, and they get a bonus skill onto the Nautilus as well. This dragon is just for free now for KT.RY.
And that's what we've mentioned, right? They have to play their cards right because they know they don't have any tier 2 turrets into the bottom lane, so they couldn't just go into the bottom side of the map, go into the objectives, and be completely safe. It's not gonna happen. Zero!
And that's just for the dragon. Mitsura invested so much just to be able to escape. So on the next fight, he will not have a flash.
Yeah, they will not have a flash. And the next fight will be onto the Baron's Pit. That will be an important objective for both these sides because NAOS once again, 3k gold deficit is not a good look. Especially considering that they are banking on this early game advantage that they have, wherein they have the Lucian, they have the Nautilus in their draft. And yes, they have late game champions, such as the likes of the Zeri onto Mitsura, and even the Kha'Zix and Jax as well, but is that going to be enough?
Let's see if it will at least allow them to stall a little bit or buy enough time. Now Esports, Marco getting pinned down easily by KT.RY, but they have an answer into the bottom lane. They might be able to get this tower, at least to answer into the deep push by KT.RY in both of the inner towers of NAOS Esports. These are able to sustain or defend this mid tier 2. Calm, just split pushing into the bottom lane as well. Might be in a bad spot, but at least he will get this tower down. Attempting now to go on a great escape, jumping into a close minion nearby as he's just stalling. Again, Zero will happy to secure the kill for the team. Calm just stalls out.
Yeah, just stalls out. Just has to say goodbye onto Zero into the bot side of the map there. But as you mentioned, it's still really good, right? How Calm was able to get those turrets into bot side of the map, and Rattel coming into the bottom lane has to force out the grand challenge, but Faye was there. And once again, the passive of a Kha'Zix should not be belittled because it's just too good if you're an isolated target.
It's still close, but quite far, honestly. It seems to be NAOS Esports not really trailing that much behind, but if we take into consideration the structures, the objectives, KT has them right now in a big check. And NAOS Esports has to find ways to squeeze themselves out of harm's way. Now the Baron on the table, KT can just start this up, but they're wanting to get more. They're wanting to force out a fight. No vision established by NAOS Esports. And everything in this area is just so prone right now. Fate gonna be the one to check, but they have them in check right now. So he's gonna be used to buy some time. Acrobat as well, throwing out the chain of corruption, and everyone is gonna be trapped by on KT.RY side. The damage actually quite high on NAOS Esports, and they're now chasing them right now in this fight. Rattel gonna be safe, but 1 HP away from dying as well, and NAOS Esports is still alive.
Yeah, they brought themselves back a lot of gold deficit from a while ago. It's now down only to 2k gold disadvantage left. And KT.RY is a little bit more towards a disadvantage coming down to it. But now Esports cannot also go in for the Baron Nashor given the fact that they're just so low in their HP states.
KT can still interfere, especially that it's only 2 members that was taken away. Dragon is still on the table as well for KT.RY. They can play per stall. They get the soul. It is going to be a massive downside for NAOS Esports. This is a lot of stats being given to KT if ever they do secure the soul. But after that miraculous play coming from NAOS Esports, it gives some hope for the rest of the team to be able to maybe just bounce back here in this game.
Yeah, right now Baron will be the prize that everybody wants. We'll see. As Ocean Drake will expectedly be the priority here first before the Baron, as it is a much less risk of an objective to take down compared to a Baron.
Now Esports, or rather KT.RY, patiently waiting for the last elemental dragon, but Zero might be in a bad spot. Chain of Corruption is going to be used though for the disengage as Margo is in a worse spot than Zero time, and are still able to stay alive miraculously. But again, positions are better for KT. They have Fate as well in prone position, but the Dragon gonna be focused this time. They have secured the soul. Rattel just stalling, playing for time. Macro decisions are just much better for KT.RY, and this might be in a much worse situation for NAOS Esports now.
This will be a difficult time for NAOS Esports because the soul is already secured by KT.RY. When it comes to the map control, KT.RY has it. Right, the turrets into the bottom lane, turrets into the top lane are non-existent aside from the inhib turrets, and the mid lane there's only tier 2 turrets left. So it will be a difficult time for NAOS Esports to really just fight through this. What they have to do is really double down onto the opportunity, the 50-50 on the Baron and the Elder Drake.
They have extra shields to deny some of the burst just because of that soul secured. On top of that as well is just the stats that these Elementary Dragons provide. NAOS Esports, since they haven't secured any, they're the ones just deprived of any more of those scaling stats for them. And it's gonna be, again, just challenging. This is patience coming in, demonstrated by KT.RY. They know that this is still a winnable game by NAOS Esports. That's why they're paying them so much respect. Vision is still there coming in from KT.RY. They spot the members here of NAOS Esports. That's why they're pushing mid.
Yeah, they have information. They have ward readily available into the Baron's pit. So KT.RY need not to be able to push them.
Oh,
no one knows. Oh,
spot them out. They spot them taking the Baron as well. Great read. Chain of Corruption has been used already. Calm still able to escape. KT has lost a big ultimate, but they still have zeros. Patiently waiting for, again, an overextension coming in from the NAOS Esports. That's their window. That's their chance to finally pin down NAOS.
Yeah, and NAOS could not also be just waiting every single time, because the thing is, the turret into the mid lane is already down 300 HP left. And KT.RY, if NAOS Esports focus and tunnel visions on one lane or the other, it will be KT.RY who's going to take another turret for themselves, and once again map control advantage.
Was a scary position by Fate a while ago. Great dodge as well on that ability of Zero, because he needs the shield. Rattel gonna be stalked here. No repose invested just yet. Has the Hullbreaker stats as well. It's gonna be much more tanky. Grand Challenge has been used though, and that can be a great indicator for NAOS Esports to finally commit. Cast a little bit off though from Zero. That's again another big ultimate. The damage coming from Luna is just tremendously high that they cannot risk being enraged from the pokes of Luna.
Yeah, the pokes of Luna. Tier 2 turret already down coming into the mid lane. This is what KT.RY wants. And the reason why they're going in for the resets, this will be really important because Elder Drake will come up in 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And once again, what have we mentioned? NAOS Esports needs to double down onto Baron and the Elder Drake.
They need to finally break the streaks of objectives being easily secured by KT.RY. Margo though, forced to use the flash, no longer has it. And is half HP. And their timing, execute Meteor Ultimate. Sura still able to stasis away. Meteor Enchant gonna be used as well. The body slam is just perfect to take him down. And Margo being at least chased down by Rattel. Doesn't have much mana. Dreadshine connecting onto Luna might be a chance for NAOS Esports. But the activity sweep is just gonna be there. Cast a little off, but it's not gonna matter at all, because the damage is just there from KT.RY. They managed to secure 2 kills already. And they're still looking for more, but they have their eyes on the prize already. Elder Dragon on the table.
But Fate's still alive. Fate's still alive. This is important for the side of NAOS, but what? They're leaving the Elder Drake open. KT.RY is getting a free Elder Dragon here, and Fate is just waiting onto the Tri-Brush.
They know.
They cannot do this.
They sense him. They see that the Scuttle Crab has recently been secured. They actually TP back.
They're not going for the reset.
Big risk by Fate right now, staying in this area. He will disengage, and I think that's the wiser choice.
It's very interesting. I thought Fate will go for the reset, but no. Now KT.RY just went in, bought a little bit of items in them. Remember, they have the Elder Drake, they have the Dragon Soul as well. So when a team clash breaks out, KT.RY has a massive advantage up against NAOS.
Yep, and they want to force fights. They want to catch Fate again. They're stalking him, they sense him, they smell him. This time, the fear is on NAOS Esports side. Rembling, just looking cautiously in every sort of area here in this map. Fate as well doesn't really have the best position right now, especially with the minions. No isolation damage, but this time they are trying to catch Rattel. Grand Challenge gonna be used. Repose as well to try and buy some time as the laser comes through. Rattel still is able to stay alive for so long, and the Elder Dragon is gonna be there. KT.RY has found their opportunity, and they're raining down on NAOS Esports. You've chosen the wrong opponent, and we will take you down. Calm desperately trying to stay calm, but it is not gonna be allowed at all. The cleanest ace by KT. The clean game as well to finally end the series off and win against NAOS Esports for the second time.
KT.RY, the patience is immaculate, and they will secure the series away. The very first matchup here in the playoffs will be taken down by KT.RY themselves. And that was just really good overall. The patience and the discipline that they've shown us coming into game number 6 was on point.
Off the charts, just playing it as cleanly as possible, and that's what makes KT.RY such a great team, as they continue to adapt, as they continue to evolve as a team right now. It's just patience play, waiting for the perfect timing. And yes, they have made a couple of mistakes in which NAOS Esports was able to recover a bit, but they invested so much on the late game scaling, taking all of the objectives. And even if NAOS Esports did attempt a lot of times to try and take down Rattel, again, the Hullbreaker is just stalling for so long. He was even able to stay alive despite everyone from NAOS Esports attempting to chase him down. And by the time that NAOS Esports was already too deep, KT was just there for the punish.
Yeah, Luna's damage is just insane. 28k damage coming into that matchup we're in. It was pretty much very, very tanky composition here for the side of NAOS with Calm, with Margot. It was just so much. And KT.RY, it was just so good to really watch out how they played that. And this is what we have consistently mentioned, right? The power of Camille to just gain access into the back lines and go in and out of fights is too good.
You're just I'm finding it really hard to choose the right words for KT, because everything was so methodical, everything was so calculated here in this game. Yes, there has been some mistakes, but everything is just patched up. They know what they need to do, and they are just so in sync towards each other as well, to the point that NAOS Esports became desperate. That is a big deal, because NAOS Esports was the top performing team in the APAC conference for so long, and KT did win the last time that they have met in a 2-0 fashion. This time it took a little bit longer, but they still did it. Same result.
Yeah, same result. And once again, Luna being a beast, having so much damage played out in the Rift. 28k damage gets him the MVP title.
Well deserved. He was bullying Mirmo heavily into the mid lane, forcing him to just disengage every single time. The Mystic shots, Drusian Barrage on point every single time. This build definitely left a big mark, a dent towards the HP bars of NAOS Esports. That is it. It is interesting how KT has really prepared for this day. We saw the double poke strategy. We saw Rattel tremendously just impacting a game with the Camille. In fact, he only has lost a single game out of the 5 games we have seen him on the same champion. It's so much investment needed to try and take him down, and the rest of the team has to be countered as well. And KT continues to evolve too, and this is going to be a much more a bigger challenge for the next team that is going to be facing off KT here in this APAC stage.
Yeah, and it's just very difficult, right? Remember how NAOS Esports has played during the regular stages. It's really, really fantastic to watch them. They're one of the strongest. They're able to take down a lot of CN teams and become one of the strongest as well here in the APAC conference. But KT.RY is just on another level.
Yeah, a higher league right now. We saw one-sided beatdowns. We saw multiple times that the NAOS Esports was just in complete control. We see how patient they are. We see how strategical they are in every single game. There were times that NAOS Esports was able to successfully get into their heads, but not for long, not for an extended amount. 2 games NAOS Esports has won, and it's through their adjustments, which was commendable. But every single time they surprise KT after a short break onto the next game, KT came in more prepared.
KT.RY came in very prepared into that matchup that they had today up against NAOS that will net them the win and proceed into the upper bracket, waiting for the winner of Cerberus up against G2 Blacklist here in the APAC Conference.
So far, we are seeing a start of a trend. In the APAC Conference, the team that beats the other team before in the regular season beats them again, at least on an extended manner here for KT against NAOS Esports. Tomorrow, or rather during the match of Cerberus Esports and G2 Blacklist, that is going to be an important take as well, because Cerberus Esports before won against G2 Blacklist as well. It was a 2-0 sweep too, in which we have seen an evolved performance by Cerberus Esports. So G2B has to come in prepared tomorrow.
Yeah, G2 Blacklist up against Cerberus tomorrow in their battles. And once again, Cerberus is no team to just look down upon. They have improved a lot coming into the first couple of weeks of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. Coming into the latter half, they evolve. And that is something that I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. It is still... this is what makes Wild Rift really, really fun, right? We see teams, especially in this Wild Rift League Asia, we see teams just continue to evolve and improve as well, defying expectations. They continue to allow the teams that do support them to continue supporting and looking forward to their next matches as they just continue to change their strat as the patches change as well. And by the way, guys, we are gonna be seeing an interview as well, watching an interview of KT.RY, especially to know how they felt, especially after the trash talk session before the series even started. It's just an amazing journey by KT.RY overall.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. I mean, it's not a 4-0 as they have called NAOS Esports during that banter, that friendly banter, but nevertheless, they still took that win. A win is a win.
A win is a win, yeah, right? And they will be taking notes as well on the performance of NAOS Esports, taking notes on what mistakes they made and how it was countered by their opponent as well in the series NAOS Esports, and how they can still improve and polish their movements, because right now we see a really high potential on the side of KT.RY. To think that they kind of struggled in the initial parts of the regular season. We saw them losing to a couple of teams as well, struggle going up against the CN Conference teams. But right now, they have defeated the team that actually had the most wins against a CN Conference teams. 3 wins by NAOS Esports, but KT having this kind of performance seems to be the better end, the better progression here in this APAC squad.
Yeah, and the thing is, it was NAOS Esports who brought out a very drastic change of draft, so that could be something to take note of.
Now we have Luna from KT.RY with us. Hello Luna, congratulations on taking them down. Hi, would you like to say hi to all the audience?
일단은 안녕하시고요. 그 다음에 이기는 거 축하드립니다. 그래서 지금 기분이 어때요?
저희가 준비한 대로 잘 이긴 것 같아서 되게 기분이 좋은 것 같습니다.
We have prepared our strategy and we follow it well, so we won. So I feel very great right now.
Okay, you mean you have some practice during your off season?
그 오프 시즌 때 그때 연습을 많이 했나요?
네, 좀 많이 연습한 것 같아요.
Yeah, we practice a lot during the off season.
Yeah, and the second question is, it's a rematch of you guys and NAOS. Do you think you guys have some improvements compared to them before than last time?
일단은 나우스를 다시 만나보는 팀이었고요. 그 다음에 저번에 만날 때랑 지금 만날 때랑 가장 더 잘 했던 것들이 무엇인가요?
나우스가 저번에 만났을 때도 좀 되게 잘하는 팀이라고 생각했었는데 이번에도 역시 준비를 되게 잘 해온 것 같아서 좋은 명경기가 됐던 것 같습니다.
Since the last time we faced NAOS, they are a very good team, but our team improved a lot, so which is why we won the game.
So which part do you think you improved the most than before?
저번 나우스랑 상대할 때보다 지금 다시 상대할 때 가장 팀이 더 잘했던 부분이 무엇인가라고 생각합니까?
저희가 운영적인 부분에서 좀 더 잘해가지고 그 차이점이 저번이랑 좀 되게 다른 것 같습니다.
First off, I think we improved a lot on our macro than last time when we met NAOS. So that part is the part that I think that we improve a lot.
Yeah, we see that in the match. And the last one is our format changed to BO7 right now. So what do you think is the biggest difference between BO7 than before?
일단은 우리 포맷이 BO7으로 바꿨는데요. 제일 큰 차이점이 BO7하고 전보다 무엇인가로 생각합니까?
일단 BO7 같은 경우에는 경기를 되게 많이 치르기 때문에 체력적으로 소모가 좀 더 되게 많이 들어가지고 그 부분이 좀 큰 차이점이라고 생각합니다.
Compared to before, I think that the biggest difference between a BO7 is a very long matchup. So the player stamina is something that we have to keep an eye on a lot.
So how could you keep focus on the game, especially when it's some special time, some serious time, or the key round of this game?
일단은요, 그 중요한 점 부분에도 아니면 결정력 있는 상황들 생길 때는 어떻게 집중력을 유지를 했나요?
일단 중요한 부분 같은 경우에는 팀원들과 소통하에 이제 각자 의견을 모아서 되게 결정을 하는 편이고, 결정적인 부분 같은 경우에는 이제 제 개인적인 판단으로 좀 그 상황을 이끌어 나가는 것 같습니다.
The first thing is that I think that it was based on a lot of our team opinion. Then after we gather and we choose down which one to follow, and for the most of the important decision making, I mostly would handle all of that. So that is the biggest thing.
Got it. So the last one, which one do you prefer, BO7 or BO3?
그러면 마지막 질문인데요. BO7을 더 좋나요? 아니면 BO3가 더 좋나요?
저는 BO7이 더 좋은 것 같습니다.
For my own opinion, I think BO7 is better.
Yeah, maybe BO7 could leave you more space, maybe make some mistakes or anything. Yeah, that's all for our interview, and good luck on your next round, and thank you for translating. Bye.
Props to them, especially Luna, saying they came in really prepared here. They recognize how stalling it can be as well for extended series on the players, but it does prefer it as well, Infinity, and that's just, again, just what makes KT.RY, again, just a really strong team.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they mentioned that they really prepared for the series. They really prepared for this matchup that they've had up against NAOS Esports, and thus far, it netted them benefit. They won the series and they're proceeding into the upper bracket.
And, oh man, congratulations to KT.RY. There's still lower brackets for NAOS Esports regardless. Any final words, Infinity, before we head out?
Like, I'm really excited for the playoffs. Both APAC Conference, CN Conference. Let's look forward to it, Water fans.
Absolutely. This is still a long journey for all of the teams right now in the playoffs. It's a pleasure shoutcasting alongside with you, Infinity, and we look forward again for tomorrow's matches. So stay tuned for our match on the next day. See you again.